Hi, everyone. Yep, today is that day. We are back going into Quail Valley. This is the Alphatest group that I have. They are going in that special game system I've been designing for the past few years. And hopefully we can conquer the challenges ahead and the players can enjoy developing their characters as time continues on. Now, with that being said, today's players, we have Janet from Another Planet, Mr. Nerdy Ogre, Six Nations, 31 Kings, and the Crafting Gamer.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Ahoy, hoy.
Oh, just before we get started, something I forgot to mention backstage. Bruce, you said something about wanting to have some Skaven painted up. I know I'm on the other side of the country, but I would actually paint those up for you. As I need to practice commission painting. Not necessarily like I would charge you, but I actually need to practice. Hey, this is the color scheme I want. You got to paint this that way.
Let me look at some color schemes for Skaven, and I'll get them en route.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Speaking of Skaven, did you guys hear about Monday?
What?
I don't know, but that sounds interesting.
What is it?
AOC and Bernie Sanders came into my neck of the woods to hold their fight the oligarchy thing.
How exciting. Are you going to go?
1,200 commies there. No, most of us didn't go. There was like people that had the day off or they were retired. So they could actually,
it already happened last Monday?
Last Monday, yeah.
Well,
but there was 1,200 there. So they must have bussed a few in and then got folks from BSU and Boise to attend.
Well, they have to pay him now.
That was funny.
I mean, they can't say like, hey, there's a super charisma person coming in. No, they're like, hey kids, do you need a few extra bucks to fill up on gas? Do you want some beer money? Go to this, hold a sign. And that's how it works. Also, I don't know if you guys saw it earlier, but I added in the Gilded for the other group a bingo card.
I have to go look.
Yeah, there's a bingo card now for the Terran Kill.
Yeah, I looked at it. I was a little disappointed that there was no Bruce cackling like a maniacal hyena. Good. That's what Bruce reminds me of when he does that his outright something has just kicked his funny bone laugh. That's what I think of as a maniacal hyena.
Here's a sample card. Bingo card number 7. Janet has problems with Hero Labs. Bruce drinks alcohol. Hex map is presented. Combat goes over 3 hours. Little Greg is mentioned. Somebody talks about Trump. Somebody talks about politics. Tangent about movies. Combat round lasts longer than 10 minutes. 3 player characters die. Bruce gets a super chat. Greg showed up. Stian takes human form. Player character reaches 0 hit points. Bruce explains a new feat or spell. Bruce shows bigotry. Connell rolls a failure. Haha, not likely. Bathroom cleanliness mentioned. Cohort explains something in character. No miniatures on camera. Bruce shows anger to deep state. Bruce gets a miniature from the shelves. Camera's in focus. Chris has a problem with chat. Almost a free space. Bruce makes fun of blue hairs. That and other cards are available. I don't think it's going to randomize that much. I only put like 40 different events on there. But I thought this was kind of funny. And I hope...
Yeah, where is it? I'm looking for it.
I think it's second in Gilded.
It's in Terran Guild.
I know. In what? Current campaign?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking through there.
Let's see here.
That covers pretty much everything.
There's more. There's more.
Yeah.
Are you still having a hard time finding it, Janet?
Random times we invade Iran or something like that.
I can send you a link
Another
directly.
bonus.
I mean, I see the pizza made out of rock. I see a bunch of stuff, but I don't see the bingo card.
It was right there at the bottom, but here, paste. Here's the link
Is it right
direct.
there? Pathfinder Bingo. Oh, okay. Here it is. And
Okay.
what do I do? I just
She
click on
fi-
it, and I can print one out.
You can.
And then each card is different though. Does it have different?
Yeah, should be different.
Have different. The boxes are in different spots.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesomeness.
Should put up a link for the bingo card markers.
I have some.
My free bingo card is myfreebingocard.com is the website for that. But it's kind of funny, kind of mimetic now that we've hit that part of our game together where I fucking made a bingo card of shit that will happen. Let me know when you get a bingo. Okay. All right.
This is hilarious.
I told you it happened. It was coming. Just like terror on China. Okay. So you guys are at a bar. At a roadside inn.
Mm-hmm.
And after about a day and a half of staying there, you guys are rested and relaxed. And your horses, more importantly, are rested. The bartender, after he discusses some things with the wife, he presents himself. And where the hell did I put that character? Oh shit, I got a new bingo card out of Bruce misplaces a miniature.
Hey Bruce, is this the bar with those really big dogs?
Yes.
Okay.
Anatolians.
Do they have any female puppies they might be interested in selling?
I do have a 3-month-old, but nobody's claimed her yet.
How much?
I hadn't really thought about selling her. Why don't you come back in the back with me? And I just need to see how you get along with the dog. Bandit, the current dog in the campaign, he tries to follow you, and Sylvia has to restrain him. Bruce is a bad DM. He did not create Janet's NPC guy down to the last detail, so Jason just kind of holds on to Bandit.
William.
William?
Yeah, I remember his name's William.
My bad. I know.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I've had an idea for my first magical creation, and it's not going to be that magical. I thought maybe take one of these big dogs and see about breeding bandit-sized versions of these dogs.
These are kind of like a Kangal. Are you familiar with Kangals?
Kangals are on the. I remember the picture you showed last time, and if I remember correctly, those are a fairly large dog.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, just imagine having like a pack of those the size of Bandit.
I know, but are they bigger than Irish Wolfhounds?
I believe so. Yes.
Kangals. They're
Kangals are
150 pounds.
They're not bigger than Irish Wolfhounds. They're
really. I thought they were one of the biggest dog breeds in the world.
They're 28, 31 inches at the shoulder, but they're still
Oh,
shorter
okay.
than Irish Wolfhound.
Okay.
They are kind of big, just broad.
Okay, I get it now.
They're a broad animal. I'll show you a full size one right here. They kind of look like a black-mouthed cur.
Yeah, those are a type of sheepdog, and they are extremely good at what they do.
Aw.
I mean, you can't not see a puppy like that and be like,
Uh-huh.
"Oh my god,
That is so adorable.
why are you
I,
doing this to me, Bruce?"
I have seen ugly. I have seen ugly. Yeah, ugly babies. But even the malformed puppy that was born to one of our dog's litters was not ugly. A little creepy,
Aw,
but not directly ugly.
how cute.
Yeah, Kangles are really good livestock guardians. Typically,
See-
once you put them with your livestock, they integrate and they really don't sleep in your house anymore. They're outdoor dogs.
Mhm.
I have known people to have Kangles, and the Kangles are so protective of the animals that local kids cannot get close to the local animals.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The Kangles will.
It's one of those breeds where you gotta. It's one of those breeds where you got to either have it be a herd dog or a.
Yeah.
That way your kids don't get
Yeah.
mangled.
Kangles also have. Kangles still also have the same issue as Huskies, where they get bored easily.
Yes,
Hey, Bruce.
Janet.
The people are blurry, but the background's really clear on the picture. I was just gonna
Yeah.
say.
But yeah, well, maybe not 100% like breed them to the size of, just breed them to the size of Bandit. Basically, what I'm looking to do is for a Kangal with the protective and strength of a Kangal, but also with a little bit of the attitude of a Rat Terrier. So
Hmm.
when they, so they are will be one of the most loyal and vicious dogs in existence.
Oh my god, it's fucking deadly as shit. Sure. You go in the back with this
A
little.
dog like that could be sold to royalty.
Mhm.
So yeah, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Inside the pasture in back, or the enclosure by the stockade, he brings out this 3-month-old pup, but it's already at 40 pounds. He's got a third the size of what he's going to get up to.
You mean she?
She's already going to be a big girl, but she's about a third the size of what she should be. She'll
Right.
be grown for the next 2 years.
That is fine.
The
I'm
dog,
still young. I have the time to wait.
the dog looks at you and
Oh,
I don't want to say is scared, but she's just really nonplussed. She's not excited. Uh, what are you doing with the dog to try to entice it to come near you? And
see here. Let me look at my skills real quick. See if there's anything directly useful here. Sorry, I'm trying to get ready for both the game and painting. See here. I don't have any animal handling skills, and I doubt diplomacy will work here.
You know what would work?
Mm.
Piping hot bag full of juicy thighs.
Or bones.
I asked her, does she have any meat nearby?
she's like, I've got a couple pieces. She heads a stump about 50 foot away. There's still some bits of gristle from the chicken. She pries the hatchet up, and once she does that, she gives you a couple bits of entrails and string. She hits you from the neck.
I get within about 5 feet of the dog and crouch down to offer the food.
Dog, now you are speaking its language. It's hungry. Her tail begins to wag a little bit. She comes over and she starts to nibble the bits of chicken gristle out of your hands. And before you know it, she has gobbled up the remaining bits of chicken. She's very happy now. And she continues to sniff your hand and lick it, and even playfully biting it with her sharp little puppy teeth.
Yeah, I accept it.
She says, "You seem to have a good grasp of how to talk to animals. What exactly do you and your friends do? Are you bandits, adventurers? I don't mean to say bandits. I'm sorry, but adventurers just
It's
kind of like
understandable.
they're second stage bandits.
Yeah.
Bandits are kind of bad. Second stage bandits are ones that are kind of roused up and they go handle the situation that the first group started."
That actually makes a lot of sense, honestly. But right now we're venturing place to place. Primarily, we work for the Traders and Coaster Guild. But my actually purpose for her is to help guard and tend the animals I have back at a keep. And I like the idea of breeding her, breeding her and a little terrier to make terrier attitude with the protective instincts of these animals just at the size of a terrier.
So you actually own land yourself?
Yes.
Hmm. You notice that they've got 10 herd of cattle or 10 head of cattle here, and then they've got about 3 acres of grass. Off to the side, you can see that there's a sow's pen that's almost completely mud encrusted, and you can see a handful of healthy fat sows. A couple of them are letting the little piglets suckle off their teats. The morning air kind of blows from the north to the south, and you can feel the springtime freshness kind of wash over you. You also smell rain in the air.
Mm.
Mhm.
Ah, always good to be out and about, even if it is going to rain.
She says, "My name's Beulah. My husband and I would appreciate if we could just have communications with you later at some point. Uh, I know you guys are probably on your way out of town. That little puppy will cost you 1 gold."
Really? Oh,
Well, it was the smallest of the bunch.
ah.
Nobody wanted to buy it.
Well,
When the
honestly,
mother, the mother pup rounds the corner at that point, and you see a dog that has about 140 pounds of meat on her frame. These dogs look like they were fed raw beef and eggs, and that's all they eat.
oh, that takes me.
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, that takes me immediately back to one of my favorite jokes. It shows the top part of like a pit bull, and it's all muscular out. And no, my dog won't attack you, but he'll steal your protein drink.
Yeah, that's what the type of dog. This thing looks like it's huge. So she says, "Yeah, that's the run to the litter, and a lot of the other people in town had already seen the others, and this one, we were just calling him Ernie. But you can go ahead and take her."
Uh, Admittedly, I am so pleased with this purchase. I will actually give you 2 pieces of gold.
She says, "That's awful polite of you. You don't have to, but I appreciate it. If there's something we can do later on, uh, you said you have your own head of cattle. We need to talk
Yep.
about that at some point."
Well, I tell her where Fort Dorgon is and the best way to send a message to me.
Excellent. We will be in touch, and if there's anything we can do for you, we'll be more than happy to open up a discussion.
Sounds good. And I'll let you know.
As you're packing up everything on your mount, getting ready to leave here, the bartender goes about and shaking your hand and stops by William and Isabel, and he says, "I understand you two are priests of followers of Mir. Where you're going, I don't believe Mir's touched Eckland or most of Quail Valley. There is a lot of fear worship up there, though, so you'll find people with like mind and spirit up there."
Good.
Mind you, Solanus is the prevailing deity of that area,
Mhm.
but that's not a bad thing. It's just normal to expect that.
Well, I'm not afraid of other deities. I mean, people have the right to worship who they may.
This. I
You seem to be pretty happy to receive that response from you.
Well, I mean, to me, fair is fair. We are raised by our parents, and we tend to have the same beliefs as your parents. That's just a fact.
So he nods. Please come back here when you're on your way back home, and we'll prepare you a fine meal of potatoes and salad roast, if you don't mind.
It sounds good to me.
So you guys leave after waves of goodbye and a couple friendly hugs. Granted, Beulah is a lot of woman, and when she hugs you, you almost disappear, like when you go sit on your grandmother's couch.
Okay.
She a hefty gal.
Big and she big.
Good.
just make sure to pop your ears.
She's what Grandpa would call healthy.
Yes.
Yeah, my grandpa used to say he didn't like them skinny gals. He said, "Yeah, I like a woman that can shade me in the summer and keep me warm in the winter."
That's what my father married.
So they were happy.
Oh, Bruce,
Sure.
I put a spell. We discussed it before. I forgot what level you said it would needed to be. I know it needed to be fairly high. Summon the bees. This is one I'm kind of interested in because it'd be great for my farm, my settlement, make it much easier to get crops growing and things like that.
I'll get you the information on that here in a bit once I sit down.
I freely admit I do not believe my character will be able to cast this. Like the
Probably not.
limitation.
That's a cleric or druidish type spell.
Yeah, I immediately put in level.
Although I think maybe a summoner or a wizard could be able to do it. It's just going to be a spell or two level higher.
Yeah.
And that's like normal size bees, or
Oh, it is normal size.
Like giant bees.
It's just honeybees. But the thing is they're summoned permanently, and if you double the mana, you immediately create a wicker or wooden hive.
oh, that's kind of cool. Might come in handy when we need to make meat.
It's the game has most of the combat spells you'll ever need, but there is a lot of utility spells it doesn't have. Not the bees.
I just discovered that there's a gift search bar damn near on everything nowadays. So that because I communicate in gifs and memes.
Yeah, I was gonna put a different GIF when you said your PC died and that you needed to work on it and give it a little love. I typed in hand job. It was funny.
Oh, I'm just glad you didn't put any lube in there.
So you guys,
Funny that you mentioned that. That was the first GIF that popped up.
Really?
It was a gal squirting some Jergens on her hands.
Yeah.
Then it got progressively worse. Thanks, Roblox.
you know, apparently I need to change my safe, my safe search back on because I just binged that and I got like these blurry videos showing up. She squirts and stops a massage.
Wow.
Oh God. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The internet, gotta love it. It's like the Wild West.
I'm going to hell.
We might already
Pony
be
Express
there.
in the Wild Wild West, outright hard all night long.
All right. So we head into Eckland a few days later, and at Eckland, there's a couple signs you see on your route into the town, and mainly the big sign south of Eckland is the notification that you're now entering you're within the Duchy of Westmarch, which it's not really that different than other places. But the Duchy of Westmarch, there's a lot of things here that are just a lot less settled. This used to be a very populous area, and now it's teeming with ruins, and a lot of adventuring bands over the course of time have made their way here. One of them, Quinn starts to sing about the birds of prey, and some of you remember them because they were really popular about 10 years ago. They were an adventuring band that they worked for the guild like you do, and they made their way into Eckland and in the Quail River area, and then they just disappeared. And it's a song, it's a bard's tale, but it sounds quite a bit like the what's that super container oil ship that sank in Lake Superior in 1975, and they made
The
they made
Edmund
a ton
Fitzgerald.
of. Yep, the Edmund Fitzgerald. It's a Quinn's song sounds an awful lot like the ballad of the Edmund Fitzgerald, but he's singing about this group of people, this six-man band called the Band of the the Birds of Prey, and that kind of reminds you of your associates back in Dunham on the Band of the Crimson Mantle. As you continue to ride into the West Marches, you see more and more signs of civilization. The settlements are getting a little bit closer. They're about every 3 miles apart. You'll see like 2 or 3 houses that are within a walled compound. You do note that there are signs of hostilities because some of the walls still have the orc arrows embedded in them.
That's probably not a good sign.
Eh, it's a sign nonetheless. I mean, you're going into an area that's largely less safe than where you're from in the Duchy of Rheims.
Hmm.
Makes me kind of want to cast protection from arrows.
Yeah, you guys take the loop
The
around.
the Duke of Westmarch, by chance,
Say
Bigthorn?
again? The Duke of Westmarch what?
Is the Duke of the Duchy of Westmarch Bigthorn by chance?
No. It's
Right.
Duke Rogers is the name of the man who runs Westmarch. Supposedly, he's a good man, but it is a little bit more yeehaw out here than anywhere that you've been before. Just give you a little bit more information. Scroll down. As you ride towards the capital, you guys, there's a little bit of a rise and a camping spot about 2.5 miles outside of the city where you're on a hill and the hill goes down and then arcs back towards the right. And in the distance, you can see the capital of Eckland. There's a river leading out of the city. A lot of these cities in this area, it seems like they're all river towns too. But you can see a couple barges going downstream, and one barge pulling up towards the Green Mountains has to go through the city of Eckland first. Part of the city's skyline, or what you pass before it, you can see like a Duke's castle. Sits on what you think is an island in the midst of the river. You do see some brightly colored, looks like banners on the horizon. Maybe those are markets. You do also realize that this is the end of the Western Ring Road. And this entire area being as fertile and as well watered as it is, the farmers in this area, if they're able to sustain their farms, they can be wealthy.
That's always good.
You guys break for your lunch and chew a few nuggets of meat jerky and have some dried fruit and carrots. While you're there, you can see a couple wagons coming up the road towards you. It looks like another group of not quite guild traders, but it looks like they're traders. They give you a friendly wave, and one of their man-at-arms kind of positions his horse between their convoy and yours. If you guys are going to say nothing, they're just going to pass on by.
I don't know of
Are we
anything we need to
still
say.
seeing? Are we still seeing like signs of the orcs and things like that?
Not really so much this close to the city of Eckland. About 5 miles away you were, but there was also some light woods not too far from that. And most orcs will run about 10 miles in the final parts of the evening and then break for camp, find a spot to hide from the sun, and then they'll wake up at dark and come back out again. The one thing you will note, there was a spot about 5 miles back where there was a roadside grave and looked like somebody had buried about 8 people and 3 horses. That was interesting.
Did they have markers on the graves?
They did. They had markers. They weren't like professional. They were just like the typical grave markers, like what we have here, where you have like sticks in the ground.
Well, the fact that they buried people, that is a sign of, the caring. So they did care about whether they were left out in the open. because if they'd been like the orcs, the people would have just burned them or whatever. I don't think they would have
Yeah,
took
that,
the time.
no, they didn't burn the bodies. They
Okay.
buried these.
Because so that some of the people have suffered losses, so they'll have a little more understanding when we're asking questions, things like that.
So
That's
Queen
what.
tells you, says, if we move now, we can get to a inn on the north side of Eckland, and we can sleep there for the night, have running water. It's been a few days since my last bath. I'd like to have another. I'm not going to say I wouldn't.
That
And what
sounds
we
good to me.
is we can get in town and then get ready to head out of Eckland to the north. It's really sad, but here, where the river word for Quail River and Western Acadian Forest is at, that's in the notes for where the city of Pembrose is. And the settlement of Pembrose is a nice little town. That's where your final destination's at. That's where your contact, Lord Kyle, is at.
Yeah.
Lord Kyle. Anyway, you get over there, and that's who you're supposed to meet up with.
All right.
Later on that day, you find yourselves pushing yourself through the city of Eckland. It's not a bad city. It's just everything's in your way. Like it's springtime, and the spring wheat and the strawberry fields are definitely being hauled into harvest bays, and you can see a lot of the farmers with their wagons and their long crates. They're trying as best as they can to get to the markets before things close at noon. Supposedly today is some sort of holiday, and when you ask or inquire what is the holiday that you are so celebrating in the city of Eckland, one of the people says, it's not a holiday. The children have an in-service, and so instead of taking them all the way until 15, they're only taking them till 12. And so we all have to be done with our work by 12 to go pick up our rug bunchers.
Yeah. Bruce.
Sir?
So all the wagons will be congesting, kind of like clock with the school buses type of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, this is painful.
While we were on the road, I was doing two things. I was talking to our dwarven companions about what it would take and how much it would cost to fashion those specialty teeth. And I was also working with Ogre to train the puppy properly. I'm sure his people have dogs.
Yeah. I do have animal handling skills.
Yeah. I don't.
How long have we been on this trek so far?
Shouldn't have been that long.
Okay.
Oh, you mean total? Okay. I was about to say we're in the last place, not that long. Okay, if you're talking total, it's been a while.
No, I'm talking about since we left on this journey.
This is about 2 months out of Ream
Okay.
that you've made your way to Eckland. I mean, even going to Gilboa is like 200 miles from Ream. Okay, that's a trip. That's a haul. You know, I'm not trying to besmirch that. I'm not trying to belittle that, but this here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10.
Yes, and we have a journey to make too, because I have an even longer journey, because I have land next to a potential cash crop.
That's one of them. Yes.
No, I'm referring to last week's discussion with Kai.
Yes.
I am very tempted on doing that. but I got to make sure I have the money to do it because I that's something I'm going to have to not just I can build it up. No, I have to like plant thousands of silver into it immediately. Otherwise, it will immediately fail.
Hey, Steve, how you doing? Okay, so you head in the city of Eckland, and just so let me this springtime. You guys are in the month of Tuimon, excuse me. There we go. I'll put it in chat so you guys can see the name of the month there. This is typically what they call the fifth month of the year. As you are enjoying the bonnets and the other flowers, the other floral arrangements they have here. Like I said, you can smell the berries, you can smell the strawberries, and a lot of other early spring harvests going on. And you guys settle into the little tavern called the Splinter on the north
Somebody
end of
has their
Eckland.
world ending.
Say again?
Somebody has their world ending.
Yeah. The Splintered Boot is the inn that you guys find probably suits your needs the most. The main thing you guys do is you'll set up for lunch whenever you've gone into a city, and then you pay a few people some money, and you get information as to what bar or what inn can we sleep at, and not have to go see a cleric in the morning for vermin. And people will give you the information, so you're using your rogue to his best assets. The Splinter Boot's a nice little place. They specialize in a lot of poultry dishes. They also have a porter beer that is not served during summer months, but they serve it throughout the rest of the year because they get a record cash crop in of some of the hops and the rows of wheat they use to create this stuff. So you guys that are into beer, you get to have a nice, dark, hearty beer. And if you really want to know, every serving of beer goes with 4 grams of protein.
God.
This is almost like mother's milk.
Yeah. Some of the oldest beers that have been some old beerless recipes that have been found, I should say, actually is you don't need to eat. Just drink a cup of this and you're good.
Yeah, actually used to get 2 chits of those a day if you were working on the pyramids.
Oh, what's that scene in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? Friar Tuck, he's talking about grain. He's like, yes, this is grain, which any fool can eat. But let us talk about a more divine means of consumption. Let us lift a pint and give thanks for beer.
Yeah, but
Consecrate everything.
he also like mead. Mead gives you a halo.
Mead is also stronger than most alcohols of its type.
Yep.
And it's damn tasty.
Yes, it is.
Ugh.
Okay, well, I think I just got a hold of some bad mead then, because I've tried mead once and it just tasted like warm piss.
Yeah,
You
I
got
thought
bad
it
mead.
tasted like shit.
That's bad.
But I don't like beer.
Well, mead doesn't taste like beer.
You would probably enjoy me.
Mead
What
is
does it
fermented
taste
honey,
like?
Janet.
Well,
If made properly, it usually just tastes kind of like a honey, like honey with just a little bit of
It's a
alcohol
honey
in it.
wine. It's a white honey wine.
It's literally a honey wine.
oh, I hear a baby.
Somebody
Yes, got
I
some
ain't happy.
somebody has a
My animals have decided. My animals have decided they hate me this weekend.
I've been on streams and heard worse. Trust me. I've well, not been on streams, but I've been watching streams where you can hear the children in the background and the person doesn't even apologize for it.
So
The
if
kind
you
that.
for a standard
Oh, there we go, Chaucer.
this is Chaucer's mead. This is usually it's sold with a little pouch on the side.
That is the meat I buy right there.
Mullen Twisses. It doesn't smell all that great.
No, it doesn't.
Like if you're not a if you're not a mead aficionado, it smells funky. If you're a mead aficionado, it smells like trash.
I actually
But it does taste
think it
good.
smells nice.
So
Like that particular brand, I think it smells nice.
It's still, you can serve it out of the fridge or you can heat it up. There's an included spice packet.
Oh man, the spice packets are so good.
Yeah,
Ugh.
Janet, you're not into it?
It sounds like crap.
Well, if you think it's too sweet, well, it do you like sweet wine?
Yes.
That's what it
I
is.
like it.
It's sweet wine.
Then that
Yeah, it's
Well-
like you're fucking with honey and wine, and it's just perfect. It's like a white wine with like saturated through like a bee's nest, a bee's hive.
Well, I guess I never got to try good stuff then because the stuff that I tasted didn't taste very good at all. It tasted like crap.
was it homemade?
No, I don't think so. It was at like a one of those. What was it that we were talking
Ren
about
Fair?
yesterday, Bruce?
Ren
So
Fair?
you-
Yeah, then it was homemade.
Yeah.
Ren Fair never, and I repeat myself. Everybody, listen carefully. If you like Ren Fairs, listen to me. Never, ever buy or drink mead that you do not know the person. Because mead, and my microphone's on the side, is one of the easiest wines to fuck up.
Yeah, that's true.
It's simple if you know how to do it, but if you're just winging it, oh, I know how to do this, blah, 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 it is so easy to fuck up. Because if you use the wrong yeast, like a bread yeast, other wines, you can use a bread yeast. Use a bread yeast for mead, it turns out like shit every
Okay.
single time.
You have to use a specialty yeast.
Yeah, preferably a white wine yeast, but they have yeast
So-
specifically for mead too. So you actually, I should say, a good substitute is the white wine yeast, but you want specifically mead yeast. And Bruce just disappeared.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's back.
So if you don't use mead yeast for it, it could end up tasting like
Yep.
warm pills.
If
you're
Probably
lucky.
why-
Because whenever I tried mead, it was at a Ren Fair.
that's right there. You never take Ren Fair mead unless you know the person, or they at least let you sample it before you buy it if you're going to buy it.
Well, I didn't buy it. Mine was just this little. It was like a little wooden board, and it had like 6 little tiny mugs. Little.
Oh
Like
yeah,
shot
well,
Little taster tray.
And it was for you to taste it.
yeah.
And I
That
didn't
stuff's
taste a
good.
single one that I thought was good.
Well, excellent example. You do not want to use a red wine yeast unless you are making it with unless you're sweetening the wine with honey. Then it shouldn't be just fine. But if you're making a mead, only use one of 2 yeasts, preferably mead yeast or a white wine yeast. Those are the only 2 yeasts that will guarantee a good yeast, a good yield. Other yeasts, especially if you use bread, you can use bread yeast to make regular wine. Never use it to make mead.
Well, I've never had the urge to want to make mead.
Well, mead is both the simplest wine to make and the easiest to fuck up because it's very sensitive on, like I said, on the yeast you use and its conditions. Like if you don't prepare, like another example, if you don't prepare the fruits right, they can easily mold in the yeast or in the wine. Where some wines, you don't realize it doesn't matter if it molds. fuck, if it molds in mead, it ruins it.
So there's a place, the Texas Viking Fair Festival, and they have this at Valkyrie Ranch, which is east of Austin, 2 hours west of Houston, northeast of SA. And this is where the Thorns Viking brands of mead and renowned Texas Viking Festival are at. So if you want to go and throw hatchets and basically get involved with that, this is not too far from what we were discussing last night.
Yeah, what? Maybe I should time it coming down there so I can hit one of those Ren fairs.
I think you should. Is that a Page, Texas?
That would be awesome.
Here's 290, which the I forget. Here's Giddings. So, like over here, this is where that. Oh, McDade. The Texas Sherwood Forest Fair is around here. And then you have where we were showing you at for the Viking Festival. Damn it.
Yeah.
Going all stupid. But they're real close to each other. I didn't realize that.
See, I told you there was probably more than one going on.
Oh.
When does that happen?
Bruce is referring to how far apart they are, Janet, not physically, not the time.
They're like less than 15 miles apart.
And they're at the same time?
Not at the same time. The Viking celebration happens at the winter solstice event, and that's the first 3 weekends of December.
Mm-hmm.
And they also, during those, they have special appearances by Krampus, Highland Games, full contact championships, and mounted archery. Also, European martial arts, which is 2 men punching each other in the face, are on. They do horseback rides too. I should really just be sharing this.
Oh, and Janet, you don't actually want 2 Ren fairs going at the same time.
No.
No, I didn't think so. But what I was trying to tell Bruce yesterday was, what if we could set up a meet and greet for like 2 days at a Ren fair? That would be fun.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd be all right.
Then we found out that the one he had near him was already almost just about over. So
yeah,
we wouldn't do it.
For that one.
Well,
Thorns mead.
I'd have to save up for that, and well, I could start saving. I could technically start saving up right now. Oh, I'm going to be saving up here within the next couple of months. I technically could start saving up now, but there are certain tools and supplies I want for miniature making. Slash, in a couple of cases, need. Like I'm running dangerously low on Zacto blades, and they are very useful for all kinds of things, not just miniatures. I think there are a couple.
They do a raid at the TRF. The Vikings invade the Texas Renaissance Festival over by Houston.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, there was a Ren. My buddy took me to a Ren fair. You know what my persona was the whole time?
What's that?
Saxon trader. Not trader as in betrayer, but trader as in I sold things.
That's awesome. That's definitely awesome. All right, didn't mean to get everything all off focus there. Yeah, I want you to get your tools straightened up there, crafting, because I'll be sending you some rats to work on.
Yeah. I actually want to be able to try to go professional if I can. So, which means I definitely need better tools.
I want you to go professional because after talking to you yesterday, I kind of understand exactly where you're at.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt.
Oh, did you read Janet's message? Apparently, we're playing Payfinder.
I know I made a mistake. I fixed it.
Well, with the way most people play games, that's not far off from the truth. Like,
You
no
know,
offense, but that's kind
Fairly
of how the
accurate.
high level game plays.
When
They're not
people
doing
ask
it to save
me,
the world. They're doing it to find the loot after killing the bad guy.
yeah, because every time someone
Isn't that
asks me
D&D
what we're
6?
doing, I'm trying to explain it to them.
Oh yeah, that's understandable. I'm just saying, like, you're a little more accurate with your misspelling than you would realize.
I thought that was funny when I looked up and I went, "Oh, I made a mistake."
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. Sorry, Bruce, but I had to point that out.
A little Freudian slip.
Yeah, I guess.
okay, so once you guys settle in over at the Splintered Boot, the dwarves they kind of ask you guys, were there anything you needed us to take care of while we're here in Eckland?
Can we get the supplies for my tooth idea here?
Yeah, we definitely can do that.
How much would that cost?
Well, the tools that we're going to be needing on this are going to cost us the most. Those are going to cost us about 25 gold.
All right.
Once we get that taken care of, we should be able to get the raw materials for about 10 gold total.
All right. Well.
And what are we
All right.
going to do with this?
Oh yeah, you weren't there. We are making for each of us. Well, for you and I too. For our rogue and our barbarian, rogues. For everyone, for all the magic users will be getting 2. All of our fighters will be getting 1. But they're false teeth that you can crack open. You can use them in day-to-day life, so you don't just crack them by accident. But you purposely crack open to either refill your mana or refill your health.
Oh, awesomeness. Okay.
Now, is that covered
I'll
under our
help
dental
you,
plan, or
Chin.
is this?
All right. Well, let's. In that case, we'll split it 50-50. I'm going to drop. We're going to give the dwarves know best what to look for. We're going to give them 100 gold to be able to get the best tools because these are going in our mouths. I want them to be the highest quality.
So that's 50 gold for me.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to do minus 50 gold for my money.
Trying really hard not to quote Dune.
Long, while you're working on this, you realize that you're kind of at a decision point, and you could either maximize your spell book capacity to where you could memorize up to 150 pages of spells in a morning for your spells.
Mm-hmm.
Either you go up to 150 pages on your spell book, or you can instead you can drop the casting time of 2 schools of magic by 1.
I'm more of a general use kind of guy, so I think I'll get more use out of the 150 pages.
Okay.
I'm still nowhere near that 100 yet, but still that'll be useful in the future.
I get it.
Are you asking me that too, or?
Janet, what I'm going to ask you is something a little different.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be classified under your edges, by the way. It's not considered a feat, but more like an edge or a special ability. And you can either get you could go with taking, excuse me, your mana points can go to 1.5 times your wisdom per level. So you've got what, an 18 wisdom?
Hold on.
What's your wisdom? Let me know.
My wisdom is 18. Yes.
Okay. You can either go up to you can either have 162 mana, or you could have the heavy armor feat, and you could start girding yourself to do more heavy cleric actions.
Well,
So basically, do you want to be a better fighter or a better caster?
Well,
and
I would.
also, there's a third option for you, Janet.
Hmm.
You could have divine grace,
Yeah.
or you could have mercies, which means that you could start removing like illnesses and conditions from people.
But that's a one-time action.
This is something. No, I'll rescind that. You could have lay on hands. You could heal wounds by touch.
Hmm.
So you could use that number equal to half your level plus your charisma modifier.
Okay. So I can either raise my mana,
Mm-hmm.
or I could get the ability to have a heavier armor to where I can defend myself while I'm fighting better.
Yep.
Or I can get lay on of hands.
Yep.
Well, honestly,
Lay on hands would do. You could do a healing for yourself of a dice 6 of hit points for every 2 levels you have.
hmm but how many times a day would I be able to use that?
3 plus your charisma level.
3. That's not too bad. That might be the one I take.
Yeah, it's an instantaneous ability for you to do it to yourself.
Because as long as I'm
Yeah,
healthy,
I am looking.
I'd be able to help, my team better.
And
To be
you
able.
only need a hand to do that. You only need one hand free.
Hmm.
And literally, you could be gripping onto your shield with your hand and touch your fingers to your palm, and you do that.
Yeah, see, that sounds really good.
Also, you could use that healing power to damage the undead, dealing a like amount of damage for every 2 levels you possess. Undead don't receive a saving throw versus that damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's, if I was to pick one of them, that's the one I would pick.
Okay.
Bruce, which lay on hands is the one you're giving Janet? Because I'm trying to look it up so she has
I'm getting ready to put it in the Alphatest.
Okay, we'll go over there and look at what.
Oh, okay.
Before she gets a Holy Avenger.
I was originally trying to look it up so Janet had a full understanding of her option, and then she just chose it anyway. It's like, okay.
Well, I didn't. I was just going from what I heard him say, which one I thought would be the best one.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying. I was initially trying to look it up so you understood your option.
just sounded like something I would probably use more out of the three things he was talking about. Um, to me,
Yeah. I don't know. You seem to get up there in the fight quite a bit, so I would say the heavy armor wouldn't necessarily be a bad
yeah,
option
but you
for
guys tend to get hurt a lot too. So, uh,
you.
if it comes down to me,
Me, not so much, but our two
yeah,
fighters, yes. Lemmy has proven to be the target of most things evil.
yeah. So
I'm a lover, not a
basically,
fighter.
me being able to be around long enough to keep you guys healed up the best of my ability to me is the most important
Yeah,
from my
I
character.
I, underst- I understand your logic.
So that's what I would.
I'm just saying you do get up in the fight quite a
Yeah.
bit, so
Sometimes
it.
I don't have a
I
chance.
I personally, yeah, I'd personally say that option is like 50-50 for you. So it's like it's good
Yeah.
either way.
Well, maybe later I can get the other one. So
All right, it's in the Alphatest chat.
thanks. I'm gonna look at it real quick.
Hopefully that helps clear up some things. Hey, Soy Base Germany, how you doing, bud? We're waiting on Discord. I'm waiting on Discord.
I'm gonna try to write this down.
It's already written down for you.
Huh?
It's already written down for you. You can just write on your character sheet, lay on hands.
Okay.
Something that'd be really useful for you, Janet, is do you have Google Docs?
I don't think so.
You have that
I'm
character
sure I
sheet.
have the access to it. I just haven't used it before.
Well, what I'm saying is you put like what I do is I don't have Google Docs, but I have something similar. I put all my spells. I just copy and pasted the spell lists from that online that Bruce gave me, or excuse me, like in this case where it seems like let me look
Yeah.
at it. I think that's a custom spell basically that Bruce has given you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would in this case I would just take this copy and paste and put in that document said that basically I have a little document called spell list. So I have all my spells on that document, so I can just read them in game.
Yeah, I need
Keeps you
to.
from having to like.
I'm putting
It keeps
together.
you from
I've
having to look
almost
it
got
up
it all.
/ rely on Bruce all the time for knowing
Yeah,
how to
because I've
cast the spell.
almost got everything written on my notes finally on 3 pages instead of going through like 25. So I've almost got that straightened out. So it's a little
Oh yeah,
easier.
I'm giving you the lazy way of doing it, Janet.
Well, I like lazy way. So I'll work towards that too.
Yeah, keeping a physical copy isn't necessarily a bad thing though, because occasionally my thing doesn't want to pop up right away and I have to reload it. So I'm kind of scared of maybe losing something.
Yeah, I always like to have notes anyways, for everything I do.
Yeah. But yeah, in this case, especially if it's like in game, you just copy paste and go move on and like write it down later.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could use that newfangled AI,
Anyway, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Amazon or Apple. Jarvis, spell list.
Yep. Talk about us getting lazier.
Jarvis, give me a little quickie.
Sir,
That's from
Hooker Alley can be found on this street.
Say again, Crafty?
Oh, I was making fun of his Jarvis joke. I said, Sir, Hooker Alley can be found on this street.
Hooker Alley. Oh, thank God it's not Whore Island.
Oh, there's an old movie called I forgot what it's called. It's like the Island of Only Women or something like that. I can't remember what the name was. Otherwise, I'd give it to you guys. Because it's an island filled with nothing but women, and Frankenstein and one of his compatriots have been trying to discover the secrets of immortality. That's where Frankenstein apparently really came from. And they're transferring the blood of the women into the old man to keep him alive. And they have some sort of hypnotic device that makes people obey him and like think like him. And then Frankenstein, who's been chained up in a cave during the whole thing, all of a sudden gets free and just starts roaming the island for some reason. It's a
Oh,
really
I
weird
thought
movie.
you were gonna when you first told me about it or first said anything. I thought it was gonna end up being like a porn.
No, this is a straight up regular movie. It's like the Island of All Women or something like that.
Sounds
Well,
like the
One of those quality beef sticks, right?
Star Trek, the original series episode, Spock's Brain.
Mud Squirrels.
I really wish I could remember what that movie was called.
The Island of Horny Women.
It was called,
That's probably what it should be called. Sorry.
maybe the Island of Frankenstein. Actually, maybe that's what it's called here. Okay, this is bugging me.
Now, was it Frankenstein or Frankenstein's monster?
I don't know. I'm looking it up now.
So, once you get everything squared away, you guys have time for some wine or some bits of potatoes and cheese. The supper they serve is fairly nice, although you don't really remember it a few days later. It's just a standard pork chop fare with thick, hearty baked potatoes, lots of cheese. You notice after a while that the stockade seems to still be open, even though it's very, much past dark. And the ladies at the bar tell you that this city keeps going because there's so much activity going on. They feel like they're actually in a big city because a lot of the work from the cattle, it doesn't stop until about 10 p.m., 2200. Anybody want to do anything before they go get some sleep? Mongoose, I need you to make a crafting check on a. What's your knowledge arcane?
See here, knowledge arcane. It might have gone up, but it's a plus 40. And spellcraft is also plus 40. For some reason, I have a different thing for craft, which is plus 2R. No idea why I wrote that down
You got
differently.
2 ranks, so you got a plus 10 plus your. Hold on. Craft. And your intelligence is 14?
15.
Okay. Got a plus 20 on craft, so give me a D percentile and add 20.
All right. That is a 85 total.
It's enough to do practice on a tile, which you use the tiles as like a test bed before you start crafting teeth. One of the dwarves kind of looks at you and he's pretty happy that you can see the magic, the rune on the tile itself. He's like, that's exactly how we do this. Okay, so now that you understand the basics of this, all I have to figure out is putting all that magic into a small tooth. Just get it in the tooth. That's all you gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
You
All right.
kind of figured things out. The breakable tooth that they have, this tooth here is not breakable. This is just like a standard tooth. But during the crafting process,
Yeah.
you're going to have to make a tooth, and that itself is going to require a DC 75 or better, the tooth itself, and then you'll have the second roll to slap the magic in there, because it is kind of a complicated system. Once you have the magic embedded within the tooth, then you hand it over to Isabeau, and she has to do a heel check on somebody. She has to do a surgery on somebody for a heel of 100 or better. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to have Quinn playing in the background.
Oh God. Just
Well,
picture a
admittedly, I
dinosaur.
was considering the idea of having a professional put the teeth in.
Have you seen?
No
And then
offense to
Quinn-
Isabeau.
I'm just saying that Isabeau's 6th level. I mean, she's a
Oh, so basically she's the closest thing to a
not
professional
the
we got.
There
Got
are
it.
some people in town maybe that have a better heel roll than she does, but she's 6th level. She's really fucking good. She's kind of like one of those girls that, you know, she does her own thing, and she could make, you know, roughly an equal amount of like 80 to 90,000 a year doing what she does in our world comparatively. You know, nobody's going to complain about her making 80, 90,000 a year. You know, the only thing she's going to be like, I just would like to have a, you know, 6 digits just once. If Isabeau was in this world, that would be what she'd say. She'd like, just once. I just want to hit 6 digits once. Just let me pay taxes on that once. Or let me fight taxes and try to get money back on that just one time. I just want to see it. I just want to know. I don't want to be greedy. I just want to see it just one time.
Yeah, I would print the check out and frame it. You know, like Mr. Krabs'
One of those
first dollar.
plastic surgeons. Oh my God.
The best plastic surgeon. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Quinn goes the Phil Collins route, just pumps out a bunch of albums to play his music in the background. Boost up your score. Hobnobbing with the aristocrats and nobles.
Yep, there we go. There's the best plastic surgeon I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
We haven't done that movie yet. We haven't done Escape from LA.
LA.
I stay away from Escape from LA. That movie was not as good as I wanted it to be, and I was very.
No, it's still a good movie. I think it's on the list too.
It's on the list. I'm shying around it. I was dancing around that harder than I was dancing around Bad Girls. We're still dancing around it. Okay. Anybody got bingo out there yet? Oh wait, that's next week.
I haven't even marked on it or anything.
There's supposed to be 30 cards in that, but they're going to come out. There's going to be a lot.
See, I printed one out and cut it out and everything. It's ready for my game.
Oh God.
When we're gonna play it.
I have it ready next week, Janet.
Okay, well I'll be ready.
That's hilarious.
So, you guys leave the town of Eckland the next day, and you've got your items that you want to take care of. A lot of you guys, the dwarves that are in the group, they're kind of like hirelings for mongoose. That's actually truly what they are. They are hirelings,
Henchmen.
henchmen. They do a lot of good work, but it's mainly focused on the crafting work that he needs. Quinn plays a fairly nice tune. He's not singing, but he's strumming his mandolin the whole time. And for about 2 weeks total, whenever you guys are moving, Quinn's there. And either he's strumming his mandolin with some travel music, which you're pretty impressed with the fact the guy knows as many songs and as many bars as he does. But for 2 weeks, he doesn't repeat. I just want you guys to be able to appreciate that. This isn't like you're driving cross country listening to top 40 radio that repeats itself every 3 hours. So as you get home, or as you get to your location, you guys speed some time. You guys pass as much time as you can, and you enter the month of Dan. So, as you enter that month, you guys are fairly happy with everything that's going on. Seems like there's a little bit more heat in the midday to the end of the day than what there usually is. Some of you start feeling that you're kind of missing the bitter briskness of the early spring months that took up the majority of this trip. You're also wondering exactly if you're ever going to be able to spend a long time at home. Because it seems like you spend more time outside of home than in home. You didn't expect that adulthood would be like this. Throughout the trip,
Good thing I'm single.
yeah, throughout the trip, yeah, you're happy you're single. Occasionally at night, you can hear the discussion drift down from where Isabeau and William are sleeping. Most of you guys don't ever hear them. Janet,
Oh, either he's not that good,
going
or
on.
Janet.
Not much is going on because we're not married.
I was about to say either he's not that good, or Isabeau's just real modest.
Yeah.
Isabeau
If this caravan's a rockin', don't come a knockin'.
Isabeau is forcing him to wait, which is torture.
Guess she can't be a paladin then.
Paladins can marry. Paladins can breed.
Yeah, but it's torture. It's bad.
No, the worst person to ever endeavor to hang out with is a church group that's focused on having a happy marriage. Because there's something about, like, listening to Dr. Ruth, who she's kind of faceless. You know she's married, you know she's had sex, but they're not really discussing sex with people you know. But when you go to a church group sexual help or relationship help seminar, and everybody there is acting like they've discovered this wonderful new thing called sex, and it's blessed by God, and the angels sing whenever they fuck each other, and it's the most wonderful thing in the world. And I'm just sitting there in the fucking pews, like, I can't wait to go fuck something that's like in sin. I can't wait. And like 2/3 of that group, like, completely divorced within like 5 years, and I felt bad about that. Maybe my presence tainted the seminar, but I went there just to see what they were talking about because I was curious. Tom had a nice girlfriend, and boy, listening to that church talk about marital problems and how to fix them and how to spice things up in your life, I wanted to vomit. Like 98% of the time, I was close to vomiting because I didn't want to think about these people, and they were talking about their sex life so freely. No. All these people driving minivans with like half dozen kids. Sorry. I mean, I was really happy they were blessed in that aspect, but like, I didn't want to hear the nitty gritty. I didn't want to see the spill tapes, okay? And I felt like I was seeing the spill tapes. Okay.
Fair
I
enough.
have a question. I have a question. Is this considered a religious rant?
Yes.
Okay.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to add some more items to my card.
So you got a bingo?
No, I don't have a
Oh.
bingo. That's just Bruce has a religious tangent. So
He's rebellious.
I just wanted to make sure that this was considered a religious
I really
tangent
like.
before I
I
marked it
can
off on the bingo
almost
card.
understand what his parents must have went through, because every time his parents told him no, I guarantee he was thinking every way he possibly could to do exactly what they told him not to do.
I absolutely enjoy living in sin.
I'm just saying,
Oh,
I've learned
Just
that
remember when
from knowing Bruce as long as I have. I think that he would, tell his parents he loved them. He would be respectful to his parents when he was there. But as soon as they weren't around, he was doing everything he could to prove to himself that he could do it. I'm just saying. And I'm just guessing, but I think I'm pretty close. Well,
I can only tolerate so much coloring in lines, Janet. All right. About a month later, in the month of Dan, towards the end of the month of Dan, you guys are rolling into this little place called Pembrose. Pembrose is kind of neat. It's a kind of a quaint little town. I'll even get this is an ancient. When I say this is an ancient game, when I show you the map for this, you should understand that this is from out of time and space.
Oh, there's the coffee mugs.
So this is a little town of Pembrose that you guys entered into.
Whoa.
Yeah, early 2000s map generator for your adventuring. You guys arrive in town. It's about maybe 600 people. In the market square, there's a tall, proud statue, about 10 foot tall, of a man that's very broad and a full set of plate. Already your dwarven friends tell you, Mongoose, we're going to head over to the inn and get our room secure.
Sounds good.
They head over to the Lonesome Drake Inn and Brewery.
Ooh.
You guys are standing in the middle of the market square. Some of the townsfolk stand and stop and just kind of stare at you politely, but from afar. And a little girl comes up to Ogre, and she's carrying.
Excuse me a second.
The little girl's carrying what appears to be, in one hand, she's got a skewered kebab with some baked or freshly burned chicken on a stick, and in her other hand, she has a pink rose. She's about 7 years old. Wanders up to Nerdy Ogre, who's on his mount. She's like, "Hello, mister. I'd like to give you these."
I'll take them. Thank you, little one.
The tulip, or the rose, excuse me. The rose looks like it's in moderately good shape, maybe freshly picked.
And I don't have.
community, you notice that there's about 10 kids that are within distance of the square. And you can see that there's a couple of people that aren't really out of place, but all the kids have dandelions in their hair.
This isn't some Wicker Man shit, is it? Because I've got an aversion to fire.
Before we leave or before she scampers off, I will reach into a pouch, pull out a silver piece because that's about all I got, and I'll go to hand it to her as a gift for a gift.
The young girl looks at you kindly and she says, "Why, thank you, mister." She's unable to comprehend the monetary value that you just handed her. But when she goes back to her mama, she exclaims, "Mama, mama." And then the mom and daughter trade handfuls. And the mom just kind of gives you this big smile, this big happy smile. The city of the little, I would say the city, it's a village of Pembrose, is a fairly cheery town. And you can see that a lot of the people in town were kind of observing this to see exactly how you would react. I guess maybe that's your first test. But they all seem to just kind of have this happy, beaming appearance, like they're just completely just happy that you've rolled into town. You notice some of the townsfolk peel away and they kind of wander off towards the Lonesome Dove and Bakery and Inn, following your four dwarven henchmen, and they kind of stand there. For a moment, you almost feel like you've stumbled into the Truman Show, because these people are kind of waiting for you to do something when you first arrive. And for the first hour as you're there, it's a lot of townswomen that are there, and they're just kind of like, "Oh my, we have adventures in town. I did not even realize we were going to have adventures in town. Did you see these people? Those stout swords? Oh my lord. And that one man, he looks huge. Oh, I bet he cleaves them amazingly well." One of the girls gets a bit of a blush to her as she scampers off to banish that thought. Finally, at about 2 in the afternoon, you notice that some of the men start appearing at the edge of the town and going towards the city center to approach their wives. Some of the shops start to make motions like they're doing their last bits of piecework for the day. As you're there, kind of going around, grabbing little bits of things from here and there, little bits of meat from some of the kiosks. There's a little cherry grove there where the cherries have just been harvested. There's a lot of people that are out and about on this day, and you will overhear one of the passersby say something about the festival.
So what did they say about the festival?
Mainly that fact that tonight, being that this is the night of the celebration of it, they're going to be having a rather large celebration. And as they're doing that, you start seeing around the next half hour wagons starting to come into the city center. And you can see them putting together a very large grill and very large baking area. A whole, probably 3 carts full of various coal and charcoal bits become unloaded, and then they put a grate over it and wall it off with some temporary bricks.
Mm-hmm.
At the Lonesome Dove and Bakery, you can see your four dwarven friends stepping outside with their tall mugs, kind of eyeballing the whole situation as the metalsmiths and masons prepare to get the temporary oven in place. Why is it everywhere you go, there's something going on with the municipality?
Oh, if I have it, I'm pretty sure I do. Everything I eat and drink will have detect poison cast on it. Thank you. I'm getting
Okay,
very I'm getting
paranoid.
we're about to get cannibalized vibes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I maybe it's because I'm so used to always being under pressure or whatever, and me getting overzealous, making those people take off their clothes, to humiliate them. Maybe I'm in that position because I was gonna say the exact same thing as you did, crafting. That I'm having a very suspicious feeling, and I was wanting to cast detect magic around, where I'm
Janet,
looking.
Janet, there's if you ever cast that in Pembrose, you're going to be able to see just fine that nobody has a whole lot of magic on them. Now, the one thing I will say,
Hmm.
there is what Thorbian, the blacksmith of your dwarven friends,
Yeah.
he comes over and he notices that there is a lady inside the bakery that she has the largest jewel, the largest gem he's ever seen. It almost looks like it's not created to be a gem dangling around the grubby neck of a 50-something woman inside a small hamlet far away from any excitement or activity. This
Yeah.
is there that thing has got a purpose. And one of the other dwarves agrees. Is like, yeah, I get it. That's an unusual cut for a diamond to be in. That's not normal by any means.
Okay. He's saying this about a diamond that he saw at the bakery.
No, there's a woman
Hmm.
over at the bakery, and she has around her neck. There's this diamond necklace that she's got. It's as spectacular of a necklace as the young tramp in the movie Titanic,
Yeah.
but it's not shaped like that. It looks like it's actually there's a purpose behind its shape. Like it's
Okay.
not shaped like a standard diamond.
Well, after he tells me that, I decide to go to the bakery and meet this woman so I can see her diamond because I'm intrigued about maybe this diamond is causing people to act differently than they normally would.
As you go into the bakery, you hear a set of horses stop, and you notice that there's a team of what appears to be 10 horses, and there's a man on one of the horses that he obviously is somebody of importance, but he's
Hmm.
trying to take the effort of looking like a regular guy, and he's doing a poor job of it. This is kind of like somebody who has been elected to DC that he's decided to return back to his roots,
Hmm.
and he tells his buddy, "Do me a favor and go over to that really nice department store we have off the Beltway and get me some Levi's jeans and some some of that new flannel that just came out. I'm sure it'll look great. And I'm going to go back home wearing it, just looking like one of my old rootin' tootin' people. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure they understand I'm just one of them."
Hmm.
So you see this guy, and he steps off his horse. The other 9 guys around his horse, Isabeau, they are looking around rather fearfully at first, like, they don't know what to expect. We're in Pembrose. This is the land of the enemy. But these people, all of them look like they're a cut above, a tax bracket above everybody else. Like if there were collared shirts and khaki pants in this world, they'd all be wearing it. They'd be in that Patriot Front outfit with the sunglasses. They don't look like they're normal people. They look like they're from the government, but here to help. And as you hear him step off his horse, he's like, "Hey, listen, I don't need help. I'm just 26, for crying out loud. I'm not my father." One of the retainers says, "I'm sorry, sir." "What'd you say?" "I'm sorry, Lord Kyle." "Thank you." Okay. So we go in here. We're going to go buy some wines. And after that, we're going to hopefully run into those adventurers that are sent. They said they've seen them coming up the trail the past couple days. They should be here today. "Yes, sir."
Mm-hmm.
And as they pass by you, "Isabel, you're kind of out of place here because you are wearing chainmail that's well maintained and kept, that is got some evidence. It's been in a few fights, but it's been repaired since then.
Mm-hmm.
It's magical, so it does look a little cleaner than standard chainmail. And you've got weapons and a shield to match it. More so, out of the neck of your armor is this finely toned set of traps leading up to your ears, and you have your hair kind of set in a ponytail until you put you're ready to throw down and put your helmet on, and then you're going to scrap the shit out of somebody with your hair pulled back and let it go down your neck and coif. The three of these 9 guys just kind of look at you like, "What the fuck? Who's this? This isn't a normal constituent." Then 2 of them decide to stand in front of you, and they make way as Lord Kyle strides into the bakery.
Mm-hmm.
"What are you doing?"
I'm looking around to see if I see that woman. I'm still interested to see the woman in there.
You haven't made it inside yet. There's 2 guys kind of blocking you from going inside so far.
Okay. I'll ask them to please kindly move out of my way so I can go into the bakery.
If you go inside the bakery, any movement you make against our Lord Kyle will be seen as a hostile movement. Do you understand? We don't know you. I don't think you've ever been inside. Have you ever been in Quail Valley before?
No.
Okay. We're the henchmen of Lord Kyle. We're here to ensure his safety. He's here to discuss some things, and he's attempting, hopefully, we're going to find some people that can help him out, because we've sent some messages back to the city of Ream for assistance, and they said they'd be sending it around this month. It'd take a while. Everything takes a while.
Oh, isn't this the group of people that we were supposed to meet?
Probably.
Okay, so I would tell them who I am.
You're
I
only
would
one,
introduce
you're only
myself.
one woman. Where's the rest of your group?
Well, they're at the tavern or inn place. I came here because I'm interested in seeing a woman with a beautiful jewel around her neck.
One of the guys laughs. Winifred. That's Winifred. That's Winnie. She's she's a petty little bitch.
I'm just interested in seeing her necklace.
Okay, let's go inside. you wander inside the bakery. As you go inside this bakery, Janet, all 9 of the henchmen are now with Lord Kyle.
Mhm.
There's some other people that are in here as well, but the henchmen are kind of guarding them from letting them go and do some discussion. The bakery, the attendant at the bakery looks at you. Miss, can I get you anything like a baguette or any sort of loaf of bread? We have a 12-pound rye if you'd like.
No, nothing yet. And then I turn and look around for the woman.
Just roll me a percentile, add your perception skill.
Okay, hold on. The other one's the one I dropped. So let me get another one that I can use.
Things.
Shit. They're both gone. So now I got to get another one out of my thing. Hold on.
Well, if it's a D10, you won't be so bad to step on it, Janet.
No, I know, but still, I still want to find them. But now I'm
No,
realizing.
no, I'm
I've
saying
got 2 of them.
the shoeless theory now officially becomes a little more useful.
Oh yeah, well that's good. I mean, I'm glad because I knew I dropped it, but I couldn't
9
find it.
times out of 10, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Let's see, and I got to add what to it?
Perception.
My perception. Where is that? I don't see it on my list. The printout that you gave me, I don't see perception on here. My perception, I just have a 1 next to it. I can't hear him.
What's your wisdom?
Oh, my wisdom is 18. And I rolled a 70. And the other one's a 0, as normal. So do I add that together or what? Could that be like an 88, I guess?
You said your wisdom is a 17?
No, 18.
18, so that's plus 20.
Okay.
And then you got a 1, so you put 1 rank in perception, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll have to redo your character sheet for you.
Just 25 plus what you rolled.
Okay, and I rolled a 70.
You're in here and you're looking around for this lady, and finally you see her, and she's been standing behind some other men, kind of upset looking. She's kind of pissed, not used to having to kind of share the room with people. When you first see her, it looks like she acknowledges the fact you're looking at her, and she's happy. Somebody's looking at her. She likes this. She loves to be the center of attention. Then your eyes drift down her grubby neck, and you see around her neck the most fabulous, deliberately shaped diamond on a platinum chain that you've ever viewed in your life.
What shape is it?
It looks like it. Actually, the proper name of this. Hold on.
Oh, almost forgot. While Bruce is typing, Janet, I am about to send you a link to a set of brushes that I have
Okay.
personally found. I
You
absolutely
send it in DM?
love a direct message to you in Discord.
Okay, thanks.
They are goat hair brushes.
Mm-hmm. It sounds
And
yeah.
The
Yeah.
bigger ones, hold on to onto paint for eternity, and they come with huge brushes, which would be great for painting the surface area for your starships.
Awesome. Okay, well, thanks. Appreciate it.
I found these in my sister's personal collection of brushes, and I may never go back to synthetic brushes. If anything, I'm probably just going to replace brushes with more goat hair brushes because
Well, my
things are
sister,
amazing.
Sandy, she, for her profession, she did nails, acrylic nails,
Yeah.
and she only used sable. Which
Yeah,
was
my
pretty
sister does acrylic, and my sister does acrylic nails too, and that's where I found, like I said, her brushes, and it's like I love them. And this
So,
is literally the same exact set she uses.
so I can see why you would do that.
Oh, in fact, I'm gonna put it in gilded for everybody, not just you. But yeah, you got the direct message that way.
Thanks.
Okay, she's got what appears to be what is normally called an occult study, an indicardiogram on her
So
chest.
it's like a is it an ovally shape or a circle?
It's more of a various pointed star.
Oh, a star
Yeah,
shape.
it's like a dodecagram, but
Mhm.
there's some notches on it that make you think there's another purpose to it. It's actually a 13-pointed star. Indicardiogram is what I believe they
So
call it.
it looks like a diamond that you could put on a staff or a wand or a special stand on a table.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
Can I is there a way for me to discreetly do the spell, to see what kind of magic is coming from that stone without upsetting
Janet,
anybody?
you have detect magic, not determine or whatever. I know there's a
Oh,
spell for it, but you don't have it yet.
You have
damn.
you have
Do
detect
you
magic.
have it?
If you want to detect magic, Janet, you can. The longer you study it, the more you can figure out. But when you cast detect magic, some of the people in here notice you casting the spell, but a lot of them don't. One of the henchmen sees you, and he immediately just glares at you, and you continue casting your spell,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't register any magic coming off of it.
Okay.
That's non-magical. And the one thing you know is that Lord Kyle, the crossbow he carries slung around his shoulder, that heavy crossbow, that thing's huge, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's magical.
Okay.
Your spell's working, but her necklace, as expensive and whatever it may be, that thing is not magical.
Okay, but it could be used
Mm-hmm.
to perform a magical spell because we use diamond dust to resurrect.
Mm-hmm.
So, what could you possibly want to do with that necklace or have already done with that necklace?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna take notes on that. I'm gonna note that, and then I'm gonna just walk up and tell her how beautiful I think her necklace is, and see maybe if she brags about it. See if I can get some information.
Her hand unconsciously goes up and touches her necklace as you say that. She says, "Oh, thank you so much. I saw you riding into town with all those men. Who are you?"
And I'll introduce myself to her. I'm Isabel.
At the mention of your name, Isabel,
Mm-hmm.
Lord Kyle's head snaps immediately in your direction, and he starts whispering to his friends, and all of them kind of give you a bit more of a wide berth. Winifred notices this, and she's like, "Are we in trouble?"
She asked me if I'm trouble.
Yeah, are we in trouble?
No. I was in the tavern, I guess. I can't remember the name of it right now, but I was in there and they were talking about your beautiful necklace. Somebody had mentioned it, so I wanted to come here and
There was just
see it.
4 dwarves in here. Oh my! I've never been around 4 dwarves all at once. There's a bunch of dwarves that live up in that city of Eckland, but
Hmm.
nope, I don't like dwarves. They are smelly and they're underground people, and they just have a propensity for dirt, and they like the rocks, and she is silent because she notices everybody staring at her, and she has her outbreak of bigotry.
Hmm.
If you have bigotry on your bingo card, go ahead and mark it off. Um,
But the
what a
thing
fucking
is, I just tell her that, that that I just appreciate her showing me her necklace, and that, and I wanted to ask her, where she was able to obtain it, how she obtained her beautiful necklace, because it's just breathtaking.
my husband and I have been married for years,
Hmm.
and he thought that it would be a fine anniversary present. And so what he did, he had Tinker fashion it for me out of love and out of his undying devotion for me. In the back of the bakery, you hear somebody cough.
Okay. So I just smile and nod my head, and then tell her, "Thank you so much for letting me see it." And then I just excuse myself from her presence,
She
and
says,
then
I
slowly
find
work
everything
my
good.
way towards the gentleman that said that in the back of the bakery.
The other persons, as you are maneuvering away from her, she tries to tell you that I've tried everything I can to make my entire wardrobe match this necklace. It is my entire personality. The other men, the henchmen, kind of separate the two of you, and that's when
Mhm.
Lord Kyle strides up to you, Isabeau,
Okay.
and he's like, "Isabeau,
Yes.
are you from the city of Gilboa?
Yes, I am.
You're obviously a cleric of Mir, correct?
Yes, I am.
What exactly, what exactly could I do to have you and your friends join me for dinner tonight?"
Well, if you're not busy, why don't you come with me, and we'll go meet them right now if you'd like, and you could ask them yourself.
I would love nothing more. That would
Okay.
be festive and pleasant.
Well, I tell them, can you give me just a moment?
Yes.
And so then I walk over to the back of the bakery to meet myself and introduce myself to the gentleman that said bullshit
You
under
see
his
a
breath.
halfling behind the counter.
Mhm.
You can see his little head. That's about it.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask him if he would mind meeting me at the tavern. I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry. To
Lonesome Dove.
later.
Lonesome Dove.
Lonesome Dove. Let me write that down.
Yeah, this is the bakery for Lonesome Dove. The Lonesome Dove Inn is just next door.
I tell the little halfling that I'd be happy to buy him a drink if he would later, when he's off of his work or whatever, to meet me at the tavern,
His name
because
is Jeremy.
I would like for him to tell me why he said what he said when she said her comment about her diamond, and then I nod my head, and then I leave. So hopefully he'll come later, but if he doesn't, oh, now I know what he looks like.
Yep. Jeremy tells you, he's like, I'll meet you over there. And
Jeremy. Okay.
Jeremy, first shot's on me, pretty lady.
Okay, and I nod my head and say thank you, and then I leave
Okay.
to go
And
back.
once you leave there, one of the henchmen kind of pauses and he says, Isabeau, you're going next door to Lonesome Dove, right? Are your
Hmm.
friends registered over there yet or no?
I don't know if I had left to come over here, so
Okay.
I don't know what they've done while I wasn't there.
All right. Well, as you go over next door,
Hmm.
you can hear some raucous laughter, and it sounds like all of your companions
Hmm.
have gone over there and kind of parked themselves at the inn. The stables are almost full. Between your party's mounts and Lord Kyle's mounts, there is a a happiness in the stables as some of the horses are paired together. This means there will be fucking. And
Mhm.
then you guys notice that your group is enjoying a fresh chicken.
Mhm.
Mind you, your group is 12 people. One chicken will not suffice, and so they've ordered more chickens.
Okay.
You
Good,
see,
because I'm hungry myself.
Bring
there's
forth the army of Legend of Zelda chickens.
God.
4 fried chickens and a Coke.
Oh, there's an excellent meme about that. It's like a video. It's like a gamer girl, something girl, and a guy. It's a really funny ass comic. But anyway, one of the jokes they have is they show the gamer girl sitting there, staring at chickens roasting in a cage, and the dude's like, "What you looking at? Revenge." And then it shows a picture like with her playing Legend of Zelda and getting attacked by the chickens. For those who don't know, in Legend of Zelda, the chickens are immortal, invincible, and literally the deadliest thing in the game. There could be one, they're called cuckoos. One chicken, no matter where it is, in the entire fucking, like, for miles around, one chicken. You attack it 3 or 4 times, it crows, and an entire army of chickens just comes to attack you and will keep attacking until you either load a new zone or die.
So nobody eats chicken then.
Pretty much. They eat the eggs, but they don't eat the chickens.
But when you said what you said about 4 chickens and a Coke, isn't that from the Blues Brothers?
It is.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I was going to say. I started to laugh when you said that.
Some dry white toast.
Yeah.
And there it is, the army.
Extra planter chickens.
Doesn't matter which Legend of Zelda you are playing. If there are cuckoos, this is what happens to you when you piss them off.
Well, that's why they don't go extinct there.
Yeah.
I thought
So
that was funny.
now that we're in the tavern and everybody's ordering some more food, I'm going to sit down next to William and order me something to eat and something to drink.
William looks at you and you watch his eyes just crawl over every millimeter of your face, and he's like, I am so ready.
So am I, but we have to be patient. It's worth it. I'm worth it. So, and I think he knows that too. But that's why I wanted to come with us, because I was getting worried that he was going to get tired of waiting on me. So,
That kind of reminds me of a joke.
oh no.
There's a Johnny Heidelberger. He lives in Kansas. Not a very approachable man. Not like the other people in town. He's not into, like, hookup culture. He turns 28 years old and he's still not had sex. Outside of the little Kansas town where he's at, there is a little monastery for the locals and surrounding area in Omaha, so they can have like a good group of priests come out of it. And at the monastery, he notices they provide other services, so he's like, what do you do? Well, we do have a nunnery here. Hasn't really been used much, but we do have a few ladies here. Really? Mm-hmm. I have an idea. So he waits. And right now, there's a war going on in Eastern Europe. And one of the things he does, he kind of keeps his eye on, like, family services. And he finds out there's a young orphan girl that's approximately 7 months old. And if he can just keep her on ice for 18 years, when he's in a 48, 47, somewhere around there, he could get married. But none of these people in town will fuck him. and he doesn't want anybody from town because they all go to the Army base or Navy or the Air Force base and they get run through.
Hmm.
That's why you don't raise your kids around an Air Force base. Anyway, so
I was raised on one, pretty much.
I'm not fucking anybody from this town. That's what he says. So he basically he spends like $6,000, gets this young girl shipped from shitty version of rural Russia to middle of Kansas, and he gives her to the monks. He says, raise my daughter right, teach her the ways of Christ our Lord, and make her a great Catholic, and she'll turn into a young girl ready to enjoy adulthood. But I want her to have a private school education and all the fixings. So when she turns 16, he starts dating her. He's like in his late 40s, and people are kind of looking at him. He's like, no, I did this for a reason. This is an arranged marriage. I know she's got no parents. I'm going to be her best friend and her lover. It's going to work. Everybody calls him crazy. He's like, shut up. Life's going to work for me. I got this. And then, like, she kind of actually falls in love with him at the age of 17. And so he's like, awesome. This is great. I am going to get married. And so he's like almost dancing all the time now. Like, he's just happy, kind of big guy. And they set up a day to get married the day after her 18th birthday. And so she's on her Friday night, day after her 18th birthday, and they have a big marriage celebration. The town is happy for him because his plan came true. This is great. And he's got himself a nice, pure, virginal woman, and he pops his blue pills before the ceremony. It should give him enough time to get all the blood flow going. And they get to their hotel room after the reception, and he can't wait to peel off her clothes. And Stick's not responding. And his young wife, Esmeralda, she looks at him. She's like, why don't you just spit on your cock and stroke it a few times like the monks did?
That's horrible.
I swear to God, that's a con moment if I ever heard of one. So.
Oh, that's sad. I was thinking it was going to end up by him having a heart attack beforehand.
No.
That's where I thought it was going too.
Yeah, man, that was really mean.
Let's see here. Does my bingo card have Bruce tells a dark joke?
Shit, there's another one.
That was terrible. See, guarantee. Have you ever told that joke to your dad?
Oh, I did.
Well, he didn't like it, did he?
Oh no, he did not.
I didn't say. I didn't think so. And look at you. You're giddy.
I can't help it. It's funny.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're giddy. Your parents would kill you. Oh, you crack me up.
So,
but I wanted William to see our life, what we've been doing, so he'd understand the stress and the pressure and what we were dealing with out here. To kind of get a better insight on who I am. You see what I mean? But to be with me so that we can work on, our relationship, on who we are and how we treat each other, that type of thing. So to me, I was trying to help us. You know what I mean? So we'll see.
oh God. So.
The Ballad of William of the Blue Balls.
Maybe. Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips racing to become the first woman to have sex in space. Oh, great. That's like that other woman who wants to have sex with 2,000 men in one night or in 24 hours.
I guarantee you right now, That right there will be the first documented sex in space.
I was about to say the same thing. I was like, they've had men and women up there in space. There's no way none of them didn't dock
All of
ports.
the suggestions of throwing all the thoughts into space, I don't think they understood.
So they would have to name it something different than the Mile High Club,
Hey, Bone, how you doing, sir?
you know?
Yeah.
So
Hi, Bone.
you guys are sitting at the bar eating. There's a rack of 7 chickens that are brought off the rotisserie, and people are telling you, like, they're moving the butchers in with the meats. They're getting ready to get the preparations for tonight's Daisy Festival.
Mm-hmm.
What are you here for? Some of the people in town are asking, who are you? What are you doing here in town? Aside from the young girl being all friendly and such, some of the people have gotten soured now that Lord Kyle's in the community. Obviously, something is officially taking place because Lord Kyle's here. He doesn't really come out of his little manor area until it's time for him to make an appearance. He's not his dad. That's what one of the bartenders says. And he once he sees his first henchman of Lord Kyle, he doesn't repeat that comment tonight.
Yeah.
Kind of an absentee landlord type thing.
He's not his dad. His dad was connected with the community. His dad was a really good protector of the valley. There was people in the area that were part of his adventuring crew. He kept it going for about 30 years, and then he retired. And then shortly after, he died of a heart attack. Very, very good man, very stern man. But his son is not cut from the same cloth as he. His son's never known life outside of the finer things in life.
So his son is like Hunter Biden or something?
Yeah, but Hunter Biden raised by absentee father, not by a piece of shit father.
Yeah.
So, as you guys notice, you can see some beef being loaded onto the grills outside. The chefs are tinning the coals right now and making sure that the coals are warming up evenly. Once you guys get your fill of chicken, start making your way out there, as most of the men-at-arms for Lord Kyle have congregated out there. Although,
Well, am I supposed to introduce Lord Kyle to the rest of my group of people, or is he realized that everyone at the table with me was?
I'm going to need, before we get there, Janet, what I need actually is Nerdy Yogurt and I need Lemmy to roll me perception checks.
I got an 80. Is that good?
Okay. So while you're there,
I got a
and both you and Nerdy Yogurt are there, and you guys both hear this from one of the ladies in the bar as she's getting a piece of thigh and chicken leg prepared. She's talking to her friend, and she says, "Of course, Winifred's out and about today. Lord Kyle's here, and she's going to be trying to wedge herself up his ass to buy every wine that her and her husband can squeeze. They are doing their best, I guarantee." Her friend says, I thought I couldn't stand her before, but I really wish her husband left her. Both women kind of snicker. And then she says, we both understand how she got that piece of jewelry. That was the apology. Yep, it sure was.
So the husband did something and hurt her really bad, so he bought her a piece of jewelry, a gorgeous one. So he must have really loved her to buy her something that expensive back in those times.
Something really, really bad to get her ire to afford.
You and the barbarian are right next to these two biddies that are talking, Lemmy. If you want to interject and throw a question out there.
So,
Yeah, why not? Couldn't help it over here. What's the story behind this, Jewel?
The lady, oh, hi. My name is Isabella. I'm Esmeralda's cousin. And my name is Betty. What we are, we're just some ladies here in town. Our husbands work at Forge. We have a vested interest in Regis and Winifred's lives because they're the town providers of drunkenness. And because of their ability to brew decent wine, not great wine, it's decent, they've managed to put themselves in every story. Unfortunately, Winnie got a little upset because her husband, her husband kind of philandered off the pasture, and he went to this town not far from here called Bostwick. There's a lady over there named Lavina, and she's a barmaid in the village of Bostwick. She's quite a cute character. And he kind of remembered what it's like to be a man. And he was going over there for a season. And he was doing that for 3 years. The third year he repeated this, where he was claiming to get raw materials for the winery. Instead, one of his workers came back and told Winifred everything. And then Winifred got upset because she found evidence. Woman's hair is inside his clothing. Women's hair is everywhere on this guy's stuff. And so she confronted him about it. And Regis, realizing he could lose everything, Winifred has a brother who's a lawyer over in Ream, and she could call and he'd be here in a half year to rip that guy completely clean of everything he ever owned. And so Winifred discovered that Regis is doing this, and Regis, 6 months ago, decided that he's going to win back his wife's love and affection. And knowing that she's a greedy little bitch, he went over to Tinker. Tinker's one of our town jewelers. And he had this diamond and made it turn into a pendant. Angus is a dwarven jeweler living in the village of Twain. This gift, along with his solemn vow to never betray her trust and love ever again, and now she won't let her hands not touch it every 2.5 to 3 minutes. Her hands brush up against that thing like it's a fresh wound. It is amazing.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
So what brings you here in town?
Little business from the trader and co.
One of the ladies says, that's the group. Lord Kyle sent for them. Okay, that's right.
Lord Kyle, what?
Lord Kyle sent for you.
Oh,
Sure enough, you
Yeah.
see Lord Kyle and all his men gathered outside around the roaring charcoals. As you see two halves of a cow laid on the mobile grill. This is about the time where dusk starts to happen. And you guys start noticing the twilight as the celebration of the city's Daisy Festival kicks off in earnest. Really, the Daisy Festival is just a day. They call it that because it's to kind of appease the kids of the town, and all the little girls put daisies in their hair. Any girl that can walk, basically. And the arranged marriages kind of start at the age of 5 and are planned for age 15. Well, the young boys of the town have the daisy race earlier in the day. I don't know if you were here and saw that, but there was a 2-mile race that all the boys of the town had to partake in, the unmarried men, and they had to race for the daisies. And once they finished that race, in an order of succession of the crosser of the lines, the boys picked daisies for the girls their parents were best affiliated with. So, of course, the Tenenbaum's family, the brothers, brought daisies for the sisters. And there's no telling what's going on in that family behind closed doors. Anyway, we have a lot of things in this town, and this is just Pembrose. Welcome to Quail Valley. You guys continue to listen to these people talk, but you get the feeling that this is a small town, and if you stay here for longer than 3 hours, there's going to be 7 rumors about you guys and people that are courting you.
You guys might be married before we leave. Just kidding.
I'm already married.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the single guys.
So
Lemmy seems more like the spread his seed and not return type.
Lemmy actually is doing just that. After a successful run through one of the barmaids, you guys do see Lemmy coming down the stairs. It has been absent of strings lately. The air picks up as Lemmy's halfway down the stairs. He starts playing his mandolin, and you guys kind of recognize it. I just had sex, and it felt so good. So, as he's singing
These
that,
pipes are clean.
as he's doing that, you
another
see
one bites the dust, and another one, and another one bites the dust.
Oh my goodness.
I'll shut up now.
You're fine, good sir.
And at this point, I'll pull Sylvia's chair just a little bit closer to me.
Sylvia, happy that you're taking possession of this. She just has that sweet smile on her face, and you guys are kind of encouraged by one of the bartenders. Like, hey, if you guys are supposed to be here for Lord Kyle, this is about the time you want to speak to him. Once he starts getting into his spirits, you're not going to get anything into him edgewise. You're not going to get anything out of him. You're just going to have one drunken idiot noble that has never once in a day ever had to toil for his father's name. That guy's had AIDS all around him since day one. And for some odd reason, his dad never saw the folly of this. He never taught him how to be an asshole, never was a dick to him. And unfortunately, it kind of shows. This guy he's protected species.
Just like Tom Cruise.
So you've got people in the bar telling you, hey, it's about the time where you want to go outside and start discussing things with Lord Kyle. For some odd reason, every time I say Lord Kyle, I want to say it like Carpenter. Lord Kyle. So, trying not to do that. I'm endeavoring. I'm doing my best. Okay. So, you guys head outside.
Have you seen Kyle?
Kyle's mom.
You big fat bitch.
I'm trying to find a figure right now that'd be best for Kyle. Give me a second.
Bingo.
I use this schlup. Here we go. So you guys meet Kyle. He's about a head shorter than Ogre. As you're there, his henchmen kind of are within about 30 feet of him, but everybody seems to be, for the most part, happy and relaxed. They're trying to keep it chill. You guys notice that his lackeys are paranoid, to say the least. And Lord Kyle says to you, he's like, "Hey, so how is the city of Gilboa?"
It's doing pretty good.
Pretty fair.
Can't complain.
Not that anybody would listen.
Have you been there the whole time, or do you travel around and do stuff? Because I've heard you guys work for the traders and coasters.
We travel.
We get around.
Never heard a woman say that.
Well, I'm not a normal woman.
You notice as you say this, like William is up against you. He steps off. He's like, I'm sorry. You guys will note that William, by the way, is the most paranoid when the rest of you are all here, because he's scared that Isabeau isn't his. You guys can tell. He's trying. He's also young.
Mm-hmm.
Couple more
So-
Get 'em
battles.
young and raise them right.
Papa's Berry. It'll be all right.
Well, I reach over and I grab his hand and give it a squeeze to let him know that he should just be himself.
I thought you were going to be like Lois from Family Guy. Grab him by the crotch.
that.
This is mine.
No, it's not mine yet. But I want to reassure him that
Assert your dominance.
I'm not into. I want him to see me interact with everyone and realize that he has nothing to worry about, because I wanted him to come with us.
This is my rifle. This is my gun. This is for killing. This is for fun.
Fun.
He's
I've
been
heard
part
that.
of your group for the past 2.5 months.
Mhm. Yeah.
He's scared. Anyway, after I'm Lord Kyle. I currently have a place in the northwest of town. But with all the important things going on, I do have to be around and about sometimes. What is your name?
Who's he talking to?
Ogre, the rest of you?
Oh,
I'm just call me Mongoose. You don't want the answer as to why.
Okay.
I'm Isabeau. You've already met me.
I am Ogre.
My name is Gilbo.
Sorry, every time I hear ogre, I can't help but laugh simply because it immediately reminds me of How to Train Your Dragons and the Burkians about if they give their child an ugly name, that'll keep the monsters away.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, have you guys fought a dragon?
No, we haven't even met
Not
one.
yet.
No, I thought they came striped. Nobody? Nothing?
I was kind of curious. We have one here in the Quail Valley. I haven't seen it myself, but there's one here.
Hmm.
The reason why, as they flip over some of the flank steaks of the cow, you can hear him claws and he eyeballs the beef before I was interrupted by my rampaging thoughts of beef.
Mhm.
Let's see.
There's
Here. Oops.
a life that I wanted to have, but I was kind of sheltered. My dad didn't want me to have the same life as he did, and therefore I know how to wear armor. I probably am not as adept as the rest of you in armor, but I can shoot a crossbow pretty good.
That's nice.
We've got a family homestead that it's not really ours at the moment. It's ours on paper.
Oof. So that's not good.
I love it. It was built a long time ago. It was supposed to serve as a base for foot soldiers and protect the valley, and that's actually in the Kyle's name. And it was abandoned about a decade ago when I was a kid. I was an older adult, but an older kid, but not an adult yet. I sent some of my men to explore it, and there's an unfriendly group of hobgoblins that are in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
As
thought.
opposed to a friendly group of hobgoblins?
It's possible if you enslave them just right. I'm sure things eventually work themselves out. Or maybe you just kill them in a fit of rage because they don't work hard enough. I don't know. But I would love to have this structure returned to us. I've got a reward. It's not much, but it's a start. And I'd be willing to give 300 gold and this heavy crossbow to those that free up that location. I'd love that to happen. My uncle Cornelius Kyle, he had this heavy crossbow, and this thing is an amazing piece of machinery. I'm not a big fan of the crossbow. I know how to use it, but this one in particular was his, and he was quite an adventurer, and he was quite the teller of tall tales too.
Yeah. Bruce, I think Jenna had a question.
Go ahead, Jen.
No, I didn't. I'm trying to fix my light. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you had your hand up, so
Yeah, I was trying to grab the light and pull it out, but it keeps
Okay.
sinking in between the creases. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're good. I'm just here chewing on a piece of bread, a baguette dipped in olive oil with some sprinkles of spices on it.
Sounds delicious.
I like doing that with beef broth. Make a nice, not your normal beef broth, a super thick beef broth. So it's like when if you drink it direct, it's almost overwhelming. If you dip your bread like a baguette in it, oh, it's so good.
French
Yeah.
dip.
Ajou.
A little stronger, a Gesundheit, by the way.
It's still delicious. Absolutely delicious. Okay. So
So he called us here because he wants us to clear out a property.
yeah,
Not unreasonable.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
It's. I could have asked one of the other local groups. I don't think they'd be up to it. I think they would have probably fallen apart. One of my men got injured trying to get out of the keep, and he's recovered most part, but he still says he's sore because the spear penetrated his kidney. Yeah, his kidney. His kidney got chucked by got injured by a hobgoblin with a spear. So figured we call in the professionals, and according to the guild operator that we talked to, you were in Ream and not far from here.
Yeah.
We would love it if you could help us.
Yeah, well, doesn't sound like a big problem, but the first thing we'd want to do is talk to the survivor. Every little bit of information could
30 gold
make this
piece
easier.
for our entire group.
Well, don't forget 300 gold is worth quite a bit. So it's depending on how hard it is, it could be a very substantial
I would
reward.
like to ask: is he gonna go with us?
No,
probably not.
Oh.
My staff would kill me if I went anywhere in the vicinity of peril.
Yeah. Oh,
that I couldn't even hunt for a grail right now, Miss Isabeau. If I found a nunnery with a grail-shaped beacon, my staff would not let me perpetrate my time there any longer. They would remove me post-haste.
Yeah, jokes aside, if he were to actually try to leave, his staff would tie him up. Literally.
Yeah, they would.
Their job is to keep him alive.
Apparently, something's going on I don't know about. I'm supposed to stay here and continue to receive tax revenue and then forward up the amount for the state to the city of Eckland and blah, 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 blah. But these people apparently need me here, and I don't have any brothers to inherit my title. So there's fear. Tonight, I'm not only supposed to be here as a man to speak to you, but I'm also supposed to, what is her name? Krina. Yes. Krina, she's almost of age, and I'm waiting for her to turn of age so we may marry. My parents arranged this before I was born. Her parents and my parents were good friends. They fought together, and the grandkids were going to unite the two families. Anyway, Krina's about 9 years younger than me, which means she's 16, which means that she's not an adult. So I got a couple more years. He kind of looks hatefully at his men-at-arms, and they kind of look at him like, don't you dare fuck a milkmaid. Don't you dare fuck that milkmaid. So,
Lord Kyle of the Blue Balls.
yeah.
Seems to be going around.
Well, there's a guy that's a famous wizard, a friend of my father's named Cruz, and he lives in Twain. That's a town not far from here. And then the birds of prey were in this area looking for. There was something underground called the Vault of Laren Care. You can see some of the townsfolk just kind of throw their eyes to Lord Kyle when he says that. One of his henchmen says, "You know, that's just a bad rumor, right? There's no Vault of Laren Care. Laren Care wouldn't have buried him his holdings here. There's nothing here for him. There's no reason why he would be here. Yes, there's a few passages underground, but there's no reason why there would be anything like that." Lord Kyle looks at his henchman and he says, "Do you say that because you're fearful of me getting wanderlust? Or do you say that because your parents are low gentry, but gentry nonetheless in the city of Ream, and you're just waiting for a small inheritance to fund your own expedition and check it out?" The henchman is silent and just kind of looks away.
Some from column A, some from column B.
Also, while you're here in the Quail Valley, there is another town called Bostwick. Bostwick is a cute little community. There's not as much to do there as there is here. Of the three towns that are within close proximity to each other, they're really not close. They really aren't. They're a little bit of a haul, but everything here feels like it's just a stretch of your legs. It takes months to get somewhere. No, you have within Quail Valley. We got Pembrose, we have Bostwick, and we have the Twain. And Bostwick, the notable part of that is there's a actual priest that can do spells and cures by the name of Jafar, and Jafar is really good at getting rid of maladies and diseases.
Nice. Luckily, I don't think any of us are suffering that yet, but
I mean, I'm trying to just give you a lay of the land. We don't get to travel much because my henchmen are deathly scared of me sustaining a single scrape or getting hurt on a blade of grass. I don't know. You notice as this continues on, they are feeding him more and more whiskey. And then finally, as he's completely sauced, they're bringing bits of the cow off the fire and preparing it for him. I don't know what the hell, like, these guys are just, they're wanting to have a retirement. They were told about a retirement, some magical retirement plan. And next thing I know, I can't go take a piss safely without having one of them stand in the bathroom and make sure I don't kill myself. Heaven forbid. One of the henchmen comes up to you guys. You know, guys, probably not going to get much more information that's useful out of this guy tonight. The noble is closed. What do you tell him I'm closed for? Sir, you've only had 12 shots of whiskey. I mean, how much more drunk do you need to get? We were trying to give you bread and meat, and instead you just had the meat. You don't have any bread. You haven't fucking, hydrated properly. You haven't put anything in your body to help soak up the alcohol, return you to your senses. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You guys are always here making sure that I don't fuck up or I don't trip over my own dick. What the fuck? What does a man got to do? Sir, you're not a normal man. You're not one of these people. You're not one of those people. You are Lord Kyle. And if you don't keep yourself sane and in possible working condition, what's going to happen is we're going to take you back to your manor. We're going to put you on house arrest. You'll never fucking leave until you finally have Karina come in her fucking front door with her womb ready to take your fucking baby batter and make your mom and dad some fucking grandkids. You guys leave. There's a point when public embarrassment gets to a point where like you don't want to be part of it. This is it.
It's like being over at your friend's house and your friend gets in trouble and mama starts yelling at him. Like, I'm kind of stuck here. I don't want to be a part of this.
I didn't want to be part of this. I just wanted Pepsi. Right, Six Nations?
Well,
Sounds like a yes to me.
that does it for me. I'm going to go refill my mug.
You guys head back to the Lonesome Drake.
It was a pleasure meeting you, sir.
The stumble store tries to give you a hug.
I will confer with the rest of my crew.
The henchmen pick him up and set him on a hay bale and say, "You sit there, and we're going to feed you meat and beer and bread tonight until you figure it out." God damn it, this is not exactly what my dad wanted. Absolutely, it is what your dad wanted. You are fucking yourself up every chance you get, and every time you see a common girl that gives you a half grin, you fucking throw your fucking best to see if you can split her thighs open and get her knocked up, make a fucking peasant into a piece of property, and next thing we gotta do is fucking have another abortion and make somebody fucking magically disappear. God damn it, Kyle, don't you understand that you're fucking up everything your dad set out in front of you? You guys leave. This is
Once you
As we're on the
got a
way
check the
out,
bingo card.
I literally go add cheese to his diet. That'll help.
one of
And
the,
yes, actually, cheese does help. It's the combination of fat and protein.
too much protein, and women look at him and get pregnant like Elon Musk. What I wouldn't give to have Elon Musk's fecundity and ability to just have the fuck off money to throw $1 million a year at some tramp stamp little harlot that managed to fucking take the seed right. Just saying. Lucky son of a bitch.
It's not a bad life, if you think about it.
Well, I think it's
Just don't
sad.
let
I
'em
feel
name
sorry
the
for the kids. That sometimes I feel sorry for the kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to pee, and I apologize, but if you have a bingo card, you might want to take some time out and look for the intermission with girls on horses.
And make sure you check off Bruce Goes Pee.
I have needs, Janet.
Well, we all do.
I love you.
We all have to pee.
All right, guys, intermission.
Too bad we don't have any music.
I'd
So
play
does
some, but I
also
don't want
count
to-
as no miniatures on camera?
Yep. Well, no, there is two cameras.
Nothing miniature
There are
about
two
that.
cameras
That's a lot
with
of cake.
miniatures, so that wouldn't count.
Okay. Oh, yep. Okay. Let's see.
I can't
Janet
believe
has
you guys-
problems with Hero Labs. Bruce gets a super chat. Someone talks about politics. Player character reaches 0 hit points. Bathroom cleanliness mentioned. Who is Adam and Damien?
I don't know.
So I got one on here. It just says Adam and Damien. That's it.
So next week I have a meeting with the 9 Lives used bookstore, and I'll be talking with the proprietor. She wants to discuss buying some of my miniatures.
Awesome.
She sells a lot of RP. They're right next to Dragon's Lair on Fredericksburg, and so it'd be nothing for them to have a supply of miniatures.
I think that might be a good place for you to sell the not Tiamat.
I really don't want to sell not Tiamat. I want
I thought you said you wanted to sell not Tiamat and then paint a second one.
I could do that. I could actually do that.
Because you said you liked painting it so much, you actually wanted to paint it a second time.
I do want to paint it a second time. I want to paint it differently. I want to, not so differently, but I want to paint that in pieces, then assemble it, because assembling it, then painting it is not a winning situation.
Well, I think it's great that you're going to actually sell some of your.
We're discussing it. It has to be, I have to make money. And
Yes, I understand that. And the best thing for you to do is to put it on consignment.
Yep.
because that way you're getting it, and they can sell it for whatever they want, but it's on the shelf for what you need to sell it for, at least.
So we'll be doing that next Friday after 6:30 in the afternoon.
Awesomeness. I'm
Maybe
excited.
we don't hit hyperinflation until then, or after then.
I'd be selling it for the same price. I mean, for this group of 7 townsfolk,
Hmm.
I would sell that for $70. I think that's a fairly reasonable price. These are not museum quality paint jobs, but they're paint jobs that will be worthy enough for your table.
So yeah, about $10 a piece. That's not bad,
Fair
actually.
price.
Yeah. I
actually
think
sell my miniatures for way
If I
more
were
than
to
that.
paint out,
Of course, I'm selling on eBay where I can charge exorbitant prices.
yeah. You actually sell on eBay?
Yeah, and I sell actually on a regular basis. The holiday season slowed down, but I usually sell a miniature once every 2 to 3 months. It's
Okay.
not very much, but it's still regular, so I'm happy with that.
I think I'll have to get an eBay account then.
Yeah. And did you sign up for audio, like I said?
I did. I just haven't put a whole lot of samples on there yet.
Okay, well, you need to just take a little bit of time and do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm trying to help. I think that you've got good voices. And I think that you will. Once a few people get to listen to you, they're going to say, "This guy's funny as shit."
I'm glad I entertained. That's all I can really say. I wasn't expecting to.
Well,
So, um, after you guys go back to the bar, the Lonesome Drake, it's not Lonesome Dove, my bad. Lonesome Drake and Brewery. It's the cleanest, most reputable inn and eating establishment in the city. Finally, you see Boris has retreated from across the street. Mr. Stinker and his wife Irma are here. You saw 2 young boys over there helping tend the coals and flip the meat. There's a woman that's in here as well. She's world weary, got stringy gray hair. Looks like she could be young and full of vitality, but instead the weight of years packed it on her, beat on her as hard as they could. Meals here at the Drake average about 4 silvers, and rooms cost about a gold. But if you go back across the street, by the way, you owe about 5 gold for the meat from across the street. The people there at the Drake seem to be fairly nice. Irma is doing her best to take care of the people that are over here because a couple of the men at arms have left, and there's just some townsfolk in here just sitting here just doing side chatter. Irma says to you, "Is there anything I can do for you?"
A round of beers and some sausages, if you don't mind.
The 8 silver altogether, and that'll be. Are you going to be staying here for a while?
At least overnight.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. The room key, since you're having the supper, we'll give you a room key for 2 extra silver. And if you're going to be here all week, a lot of you, it'll be 10 gold for the whole of you, and that includes your stabling fee as well.
Let's go ahead. We may need to come back depending on what the hobgoblins are like. I'll cough up the 10 gold.
You take small bars of gold.
We take anything. I mean, if there's a way for us to measure it, we'll figure it out.
Don't worry, Six Nations. I got this.
Are you sure?
He says, so I can just give her
Gives me
10.
a chance to use my
Yep.
nifty little
Yeah, I'm sure.
money belt.
I'm planning out what I need for this city because I'm looking up information as we play. So that doesn't hurt me, but I also can't get willy-nilly either. That's why when Janet offered to help, I immediately jumped on it. But I want the best tools and supplies, given the fact these are going to go in our mouths.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, that's why I gave you money, because I trust you with our lives.
It's not like those Chinese knockoff contact lenses that cause
Mm-mm.
blindness.
No, no thanks.
Holy crap! Current price for gold is $3,343 60 cents.
Wow.
Price for half a cow ranges from $1,500 to $2,500.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. Not in today's economy, anyway.
That's not bad. No. Pre-COVID, it was about $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't have the freezer space for it, which kind of sucked.
I actually need to talk to my brother-in-law about saving up some money for getting like half a cow. We have local butchers we can buy that from real easily.
Mhm.
Hell, we have a butcher that if you raise the cow, I forget now. Given prices, it's probably a discounted fee, but it used to be that they'd butcher it, and for like half of it, you kill it. It was either you bring it in, they kill it, or you kill it, bring it in. Either way, they would butcher it. You get half, they get half. A really nice deal.
Mhm.
so I guess this is where I start mapping. Well, let me get the hex grid out.
Huzzah!
This is why we all came to the game, right? We love hex grids. I love hex grids.
Too bad they're not blue.
Why?
Damn it.
What does that mean?
All the grognards would get moist.
Literally, Janet. Shit. I think I do actually have something. Hold on.
Okay, right now I'm doing all the little touch-ups now, tying off my little strings and stuff, but I just put the drawstring on, and now I got to fill it up with, some weight to get it to shape.
All right, Janet. In the old days, if you ever saw this color blue with any mapping,
What does that mean?
This is a official TSR product because you can tell that color of blue. That's a true color blue, unlike the other. I don't know why my fucking Restream colors everything with a sepia tone out of my USB camera, but this is TSR blue. They would either have this on blue hex grids or blue square grids. You see that? Right now, there's a guy in Missouri that just got an aging blue pill hard on because he saw something that reminded him of when he was 11. Grognards love that color blue. And when I say grognards, I mean that in the most respectful fashion. We all know that means veteran. Okay, so here's the
See,
city.
Bruce, look at my camera.
Have you talked to Mindy?
Not yet. I'm still got to, tie up all these little things how I
Oh,
hooked it together.
that reminds me, Janet, I am sending you a metric shit ton of the gray silverish bags.
Awesomeness. Yeah, and I'll make you something. I'll make a bag for your mom or for you or whatever.
Oh, my mom knows how to make bags out of that. If
Have
anything,
you done it?
yeah, she used to make scrubbies. She made a bag a couple times, but she prefers to make scrubbies. Uh, yeah,
I can
if
make you a
anything, I would
bag.
like to see you make a chainmail for one of your cosplays.
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. So I'll have to practice and see what I can do with it. But yeah, that sounds awesome. I'll do that. But this one's going to be pretty cool. I've never done one like this because it
That
almost looks like it's two pieces. Like you pop
yeah,
it together.
that does look actually really really neat.
Isn't that cool? So
Actually makes me
once I
kind of
get
want to
all
make a
the
leather
strings
bag that
off
looks
and
like that.
stuff, it's going to be really cool. But yeah, this is the one. When I'm finished with it, I will send it to Mindy. But the thing is that once I'm done, I'll pack it full of bags and put some weight in it, and then I'll hang it up. Let it hang
Yeah.
to help shape it and to soften it a little bit so that it's more, handleable. You can use it and open and close it easier and stuff like that. So, but this is what I've been working on.
Oh, that reminds me. What I'm sending you isn't just bags. It's also what I intended to send you as a Christmas present a while ago.
Aw.
I just
Okay,
forgot.
awesome. You're so sweet. But this is what I've been doing. Just wanted you to see it. I'm almost done. Thanks.
Well, it's actually a fairly common Christmas present I give out every once in a while, and my family has yet to complain.
Good. Can't wait to see it. I'll make a video like I did the last time.
Yeah.
I almost started crying last time when I opened all this stuff. It was awesome.
Oh, I will spoil a little bit because it is a mistake. I sewed a J on, but I accidentally made the J backwards. So it's definitely a unique
The mirror
object.
version of it.
Yep.
The alternate.
It's from the Mirrorverse.
Yeah, there you go. Awesome. I won't care. I'll be thankful.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna be like, I gotta remake this, and I was like, first off, Janet celebrates uniquities, and a mistake like that does make it even more unique.
Yep.
I know a lot of people are like, well, unique is unique. Well, it's handmade, which in and of itself makes it unique.
Yeah.
The fact
like
that very
this.
few people, if anybody, will have a backwards J. Oh yeah, like that.
See, this is what I have all my dice in.
Yeah, it doesn't zip as easily as I would like it to, but it still does zip at least.
It's called the
Well, I
Persian
got it
flaw.
open now because I need dice.
Oh, well, I'll spoil a little bit. It's not actually a Christmas present in this case, so I will spoil a little bit. I'm just not gonna spoil what it looks like. I'm sending you a set of dice I traded from my sister for a double set of dice I didn't know I had. It's like, wow, I got 2 sets of that dice. Hey, Jesse, want to trade really quick? Because when I seen those dice, I thought of you
Oh,
immediately.
Well, I can't wait to see it.
And I already told you this a while ago. I was sending you some miniatures so you could do some practicing. The brush set I sent you in Discord, that has brushes small enough to do the miniatures.
Okay, good, because I'll need them.
But it also comes with brushes large enough to do the spaceships. It's a nice variety set if you're doing more than.
You know what I
What?
mean? I want to feel more comfortable with my painting and what it looks like.
Oh yeah, that's
before I do my big ones.
yeah. That's why I'm saying miniatures are more built with detail. But if you can get good brush control on that, you'll definitely be able to paint the ships just fine.
Can you guys hear my rooster outside crowing?
A little bit.
No, I hear somebody knocking stuff around,
Oh,
but I don't hear a rooster. And I know roosters.
sorry.
I wish we had video evidence. I think I might have told the story before. My mother had a dog and a rooster. Literally on a daily basis, you would see dog chased by rooster in one direction, rooster being chased by dog in other. Literally like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Those two were the best. Little more than best of friends. More than once, the rooster tried to mount the dog.
Wow. He's going all out on the map.
Not really.
Yeah, look at the bright side. This is a
Quail River.
world. This is obviously a world map and not a combat map, so we're not out to worry about unnecessary combat at least.
Hopefully.
We think.
We think,
I
yeah.
died last week, and I died on Wednesday too. So
Janet,
I died
everybody
twice.
died.
I know everybody but one.
Oh yeah, Travis, of course, Travis.
Travis.
Daunted.
So I'm just saying, I don't want to die. I fear dying. Not fun.
I think it's great that you guys actually died with Bears game though.
You know, they were all out for themselves, and and a couple of them were fighting to the death to try to save their friends, and they didn't have any backup. And I was paralyzed, laying on the ground, and I was only 3 feet tall, 3 feet tall, so I couldn't really do much. But well, just like you said, everybody dies sooner or later.
Yeah, well, Bear talked about that game later, and he all but said the word train wreck.
Yeah, it was. What was funny was later he said, because when I came back to life, I came back as a bard, and I've never been a bard. I have no idea what bards do or how they work or anything. So when I came back, I went in there, and we were in another battle, okay, from earlier, and I went back up the rope and stood up above and stuck my head back in the tunnel and played the flute while everybody was dying. So he thought that was hilarious, but I didn't want to die again. So, oh well.
The next day, you will leave the town of Pembrose and follow this little trail up the path, and then you're supposed to hike 3 miles into the forest of Niln,
Mm-hmm.
and that's supposed to be where this keep is at. So you cross the Pembrose Stone Bridge, and for about 7 hours, you guys make your way up to that location. And Nerdy Ogre, roll your survival check if you have it.
Okie dokie. Um, climb, craft, handle, intimidate, knowledge, nature, perception, and survival. See, I rolled a 52 with my survival being a 30. So that'd be 82.
So you see that there's plenty of activity, animals here and there that are littering the riverside trail. You see some large footprints of what could only be described as an ogre's footprints. But you don't see any, aside from the signs that an ogre crossed through here, you don't see any ogres. What you do note is that there's a game trail that leads to the east from here.
I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
Do ogres?
Can I?
Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to ask. Can I tell how old the tracks are?
Yeah, they're about 3 days old. We haven't had a good rainstorm in over 3 days, but you can tell because of the moistness of the river and how close it is to the mud, you can tell it's about 3 days.
Let's see.
Right.
Okay, my quick question was: do ogres and hobgoblins work together? Excuse me.
It has to be transactional.
So one side has to be benefiting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say let's not rule. I would say let's not rule out the possibility that we're going to see ogres in the hobgoblin den.
Yeah, I will point out the tracks. As like, hey guys, got some ogre tracks about 3 days old here. So there's one that's at least been through this area. Can I tell if like the tracks just like go in one direction, or are they kind of like all over the place?
Yep, they're going north along the riverbank.
Is that the direction we're heading?
You see a game trail heading up to the east, and you think you've gone to where you need to head off and follow that game trail, because supposedly there is a keep over there that's Lord Kyle's.
Right. Yeah, we got 3-day-old ogre tracks heading north. So let's keep our eyes peeled.
So, how
And our
far away
nostrils
are
flare.
we from the actual cabin or keep that we're going to?
About 3 miles.
Okay.
So it's not more than a day's trek, but it's still a long trek.
Yeah.
So you start heading up there. You don't really see much in terms of dangerous wildlife. You do note more than one of you sees a passing of what appears to be some deer, maybe earlier today. It made its way through here. Keep in mind that there's 12 of you. Unless you wanted to keep the dwarves back at Pembrose.
No, I think we should take everybody we every weapon that we have.
Yeah. Hobgoblins are bigger and smarter than normal goblins, so scratch that. As a player, that's what I know. I don't as a character, he would know if that's the truth or if I'm talking out my ass right now.
I'm just saying more the merrier on our side.
Yeah.
Janet, you got
Yeah.
used to that in that other campaign, didn't you?
Used to what?
In the other campaign, having like everybody mount up.
Yes. It isn't safe to go with half your team to anything because you just don't know what's going to happen, and you got to always be ready.
At the same time, though, you want to protect the people you got, so sometimes keeping them behind is safe.
Well, it depends on who they are. If they're not a fighter, they're a thinker or a tinkerer, you would want to keep them safe. But if they're
your dwarves are they okay with weapons? Yeah. Are they as skilled as your ogre? No, they're not as skilled as ogre.
No. We have Janet.
They can't shoot arrows.
They go with crossbows.
Oh, I thought they were the
No.
ones that were shooting arrows.
No, we lost one of them actually because he needed to do more with his life, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, Tomas is still with you. Roberto left.
The dwarves, Janet, are a pyromancer, two-handed hammersmith dwarf, which means he can fight, but he's actually better for smithing.
Yeah.
Axe-wielding cleric dwarf, which means he's once again he's like you at that aspect. He's not as good as ogre, but he's better than I am at fighting. And a straight-up dwarf wizard. So ogre is still the fighting powerhouse. Well, the fisticuffs powerhouse.
Okay, so basically, then the one that makes our works on weapons and stuff, then we should just leave him there.
Well, what I was thinking about letting the dwarves choose. Dwarves get bored easily, so if they want to stay behind because they got something to do, or they want to join us because they don't have anything to do, is what I was going to let them do. They're under contract, but on the same hand, the contract says if they can find lucrative opportunities, they're welcome to do so. It's like slightly encouraged.
Hmm. Okay, well, they do have a will of their own.
I'm not opposed to letting them level up.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not opposed to letting them level up.
Well, neither am I.
Because I'm thinking now, like, okay, we go to the keep, we got hobgoblins, and according to player knowledge, they're more organized than your regular gobos, and they got traps and tactics and whatnot.
Yeah.
But then we got ogres, and if there's like a den of ogres, like, holy crap.
Somebody got a cat in the background? I thought I heard a cat. I'm sorry.
The other side of the house.
So, did you see the large muskrat swimming in the San Antonio River the other day on the news, or no?
No,
No, I did not.
Yeah,
I didn't.
There's a gigantic, looks like a beaver, but it's more like a rat. I forget what type of rodent.
Nu-
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it's a nutria.
it's a nutria. There was like a couple nutria on the river the other day, and there was a lady at the San Antonio River downtown. I guess that's the herald of the fiesta celebration we have coming up next week. The crazy girl gets in the river and she bathes, and then we have a giant plague of diarrhea and migraines go across the city. Apparently, that's a thing right now. And then we see nutria swimming in the waters, which they're disease carriers. All I need to see now is the fucking escaped monkeys from the fucking experimental lab we have, our bio lab in San Antonio. And that'll be like, well, fuck, the fourth horseman has arrived. Pestilence is here.
Shakma.
Well, they have nutria down in New Orleans too, and we'd see them after the flooding and stuff. You'd see them swim around.
But yeah, if you guys want, we can bring the dwarves along. I definitely don't see them being opposed to that.
Just saying, we don't know what's going to happen, and if we don't need to send them in, they can stay outside or stay out, away. But if we need them for fighting, then they're there. I just would feel better about that. But it's just like you said, they can either help us or not.
Yeah. Well, my main reason why I take them with us is because these are definitely more action oriented dwarves by their classes, and I don't want them to get so bored that they feel they need to break their contract.
Plus, that's why they came with us, to help us, I thought. So.
Yeah. Well, actually, they came with us because I gave them the opportunity to stay back at the keep and do dwarven things, or come with us. And they're like, yeah, we'd rather go with you. We want to venture.
So good, then let them venture.
Right.
Go Team Venture!
Attack! Run away! Run away!
Run and hide! Run and hide!
Completely off subject. There, but it just reminded me. I actually have a talent in the game I'm working on where it's cowardly courage. You get 3 actions in that game, and your 3 actions when you have that talent: attack, run, hide. It's literally what you have to do.
So, after about another hour of walking through the forest as quietly as you can, clank, 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 clank.
The wizard just sitting there grinning. I'm not making that noise.
guys see the entirety of the little forest part, and you can see between the trees there's this nice little keep that's right in front of you. At this,
So-
at this place, this Hobgoblin Keep, you can see that there's a large, looks like multiple story keep, possibly 2-story. It's got battlements and towers.
All right.
Here's a nice picture.
Have we started getting shot at?
Not yet. This isn't last week.
Okay. Well, well, my suggestion is, guys, we take all of our buffing spells, power up as best we can,
Yeah.
go charging in like
Roman.
maniacs.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I don't really see us luring them out.
I want to
I mean,
cast.
charging it. Well, let me rephrase that. Charging in as maniacs after our rogues check the door for traps.
Yeah, I want to cast. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Man, I always have the hardest time doing it. Shield of Faith on myself,
See,
and then I
have-
also want to put. Where is it? Is it prayer or bless is the better one for us from going in?
Prayer is +1 to hit and +1 to save versus fear.
Yeah, so that's one I'm going to put on.
That'd be either +5 and +5 in this campaign, or
Okay.
prayer allows a +5 to damn near everything you do. But that's a 4th level spell, and that costs you 16 mana.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to take minus 16 mana, and everybody add that to your attacks and stuff.
Do you want to do that right now? Or do you want to wait until combat? Because
Well, I want to be prepared to do it as soon as we see the enemy.
Yeah, because most of what I'm going to cast actually has a decent lifespan, mostly on myself. But I can give everybody with edged weapons Ragged Edge, which has 1 minute per level. So that could be cast now, because I'm pretty sure we'll end up in combat as soon as those doors open.
Yeah, I
But
think
some
so
of the stuff
too.
you cast is better for in battle.
Yeah. I want to cast Shield of Faith on myself because that lasts. And then as soon as the doors open, I want to cast prayer.
Okay.
So I'm
All right.
letting
I am
Bruce know that.
casting. I have scrolls. I've got a few. I've been making some scrolls of the protection kind, so I can do stuff like this. Not just protection, but the buffing kind. So that would be a scroll of protection from arrows, scroll of mage armor. There it is. And there's 12 of us. How many people have edged weapons?
Me and William both have swords. So
Sylvia has a couple of daggers that she uses.
So basically, it's safe
Quite
to say pretty much
effectively.
everybody.
yeah.
Not me.
Okay,
Everybody
I don't.
has at least one.
Okay, that is more scrolls than I have. I only have 6. So I'm going to have to chew into a little bit of my mana. I forgot our party was so huge when I wrote down how many scrolls I was making. So that's kind of my own fault. Okay, so I need a count of how many blades.
There's 2 for me.
That's
2 short swords and a dagger.
well, you're only getting what you're using. So that's 4. Does Sylvia have more than 1 dagger?
She uses 2.
So that's 6. 1 for ogre, and
No. I
Nope.
use oh yes, I do. Sorry, I got confused with another game. Yes.
then we have our axe wielding cleric. So that's 8. That's 2 I have to cast for my spells.
I use the war axe in this one.
Let's see. We have 1 archer. Ragged. I don't think Ragged Edge will work on arrows. Magic users. Hammer, so that won't work. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 8. Does Quinn use a sword, or does he use arrows?
Quinn uses a short sword, but he mainly goes about playing his lute.
So the spell would almost be worthless on him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's only 2 I have to cast then. But that chews up all my scrolls. I definitely have to make more scrolls later. All right. Let's see here. Make sure I am reading it. Oh, that's too far. That's the wrong one. So everybody knows Ragged Edge only affects edge weapons. All right. It has no direct duration, probably because most of the time the battles aren't that long. But it does. If you strike an enemy without armor or something that's physical, if it's ghostly, it doesn't affect anyway. It takes D4 damage every 10 seconds, and Bruce said that still counts as exploding damage.
Yep.
So you have the potential to one-shot a creature within a couple of rounds, basically. But that's only if you
Well,
get
that's
really
always
lucky.
nice.
I use the term round loosely in Bruce's game since there isn't technically rounds. I do kind of like that way. I kind of like the way it works, though. All right. So,
Approximately what time of day is it?
It's after lunch, probably close to about 2 or 3. And I hope you guys really enjoy this little mini campaign I'm running. I had some ideas as to where I could take you on things, but I figured by running you through some of the iconic pieces of the Lost Lands that have been written and out for over 20 years, you guys would have either a real appreciation for the Lost Lands, or you would absolutely, completely tear away from it, hate me, quit the game, and sell your dice. But I don't think that's really happening because you guys seem to be here every week. I know.
Yeah.
My games.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm actually more excited to be here than I usually was, and I believe that's because I'm actually spending less time on YouTube.
Well, I know that, like the other campaign I'm running, I'm kind of using this backdrop from Paizo, and I really don't like the way Paizo sets up their adventures. I really just, I don't like, I hate to sound like I hate everything about Paizo. I like about 10% of their stuff, and that's like the core rulebook. I'll probably never.
It seems a little clunky.
Say again?
Seems a little clunky
It's
from what I was reading.
It's not well thought out for a long-term plan. Granted, they do a better job than Wizards did, because Wizards write stuff and people get bored at level 6. You guys are level 6. I haven't heard you guys say we're bored yet.
It was small, but Bruce just went off about hating Pathfinder. Bingo card.
Yeah, I was about to ask that. Does this count as a tangent against Pathfinder?
It was brief,
although
but
you didn't specifically mention.
It-
He didn't specifically mention Pathfinder, but
It's rant adjacent.
it's definitely a rant, but it wasn't specifically about Pathfinder.
Oh no,
Although
he
Paizo
did
does
he
make
did
Pathfinder.
mention
Oh, okay, then it counts.
it started with Pathfinder and then it led into Paizo.
Oh, it got meta.
All right,
That might be a double score.
man. Okay, who is Travis?
Travis plays the Dwarven Cleric in the other campaign.
Okay, so I'm not going to get that square.
No.
There's certain things on here that will let us do on this game, at least for mine, but most of it leads more to the Pathfinder game.
I'm just waiting till we get a chance to do some spell jamming.
Well, I'm sitting at this right now. If one of the players reaches 0 points, I get a bingo.
Oh, nice.
And there's 2 others if I could get a bingo too. But I don't want to say them because Bruce will either purposely do it or purposely not do it. Well, one of them anyway. The other one is someone rolls a natural 20. That one can't be faked, though.
The one that says Bruce drinks alcohol should be right in the middle because that's something that happens every week. No, I'm just
Well, that should be.
Well, I got a
that should
couple
really
on
be more
here.
Bruce. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I have a couple on here that I have no chance of getting.
Same here.
Is that-
Like I got Connell rolls a fail. Well,
yeah, I got that one.
well, that one you'll never fill in anyway. That one should just be said, but you'll never get it.
Who is Little Greg?
He was a player that stopped playing around 2021.
so we definitely not get that one.
And,
Yeah,
and because
Yeah, on the other game, yeah. Not on this one.
Uh,
On this
so
one,
not
I have
gonna get
stacks
that
of
one.
notes.
okay, now here's a question. I genuinely asked the question because I didn't know about it. So, but does asking about Little Greg count as mentioning Little Greg?
Yes, I would say it does.
Actually, yeah, it does.
Okay. Because I mean, I did. It's same with Adam. I got one here that says Adam and Damien. That's it.
I don't know who
Nothing
that
else.
is.
Okay,
Neither do I.
that's an old one.
Is that considered a freebie?
That's not considered a freebie. That's like you can't mark that off for today. But Adam and Damien, that's a story that happened in '97, and Travis would remember it. Maybe Connell would remember the story as well. I don't know. But there's a old friend of mine that he had a dog that was part wolf dog named Damien. And Adam came over. Adam had 4 dogs. 2 of Adam's dogs were females, and they were in heat, so they spot on him. And so the wolf dog won't leave Adam alone. We're all playing D&D and AD&D second ed, and we're playing for like 7 hours, 8 hours total. And the entire game, it's like, Damien, get away from me. Damien. And Adam talks with a lisp like he's Butthead or something. I don't get it. Butthead, Damien, get the fuck away from me. Stop it. And then after the night concludes, Adam's going to stay over the night because it's like 3 o'clock in the morning now. So Damien wakes up as we're all going to bed. Or I'm still up because I'm playing on the PlayStation. And all of a sudden, Damien wakes and he stretches. He does his yoga stretch. And all of a sudden, his head snaps. He smells Adam, which smells like bitch in here. And now Damien gets in position. Damien mounts Adam. And when Adam wakes up to the dog trying to hammer the khakis he's wearing, the dog starts to snap at Adam. So I have to pause my game and get up and grab the dog before the dog bites Adam. And I get the dog, I throw them in the garage and have them stay in there. And Adam's, I just sit back down and I start laughing at Adam. I'm like, good God, dude, this is the funniest shit I've ever had. You never come over here without a fresh pair of jeans, okay? Ever. And I just keep laughing, and Adam's like, it's not that funny. So I tell this story the next day when everybody comes back to conclude the campaign on Sunday, because that's how we did. We play Saturday and Sunday, same campaign. And Adam, as the story starts, Adam says, Ruth, it's not that funny. So with Adam saying that, like, I told the story and made a charisma check, and everybody laughed. And now you guys are like the 700th some odd people to fucking hear the story of Adam and Damien.
All right,
Plus the friends.
I got two quick questions then. One, does Bruce complaining about some of what Texas has done earlier in the show count as Bruce shows anger to the deep state?
No, the deep state would be federal.
Okay. Well, then the
We
next
haven't got
question I
there yet,
have
but soon.
discusses.
But it would constitute.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I said, but it would constitute as someone talking about politics.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, I might have that one, but
So
my next question is discusses an old campaign longer than 2 minutes. Was that what just happened?
Yep.
Yeah.
Boy, was this a program that made this for you?
No.
Oh. That's so funny.
One question, 5 spots. Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Now the bathroom cleanliness mentioned. Yeah.
That'll be
was that about a buggy
He
strip?
does that all the time in the other game.
what? Only because Chris complains. Like, did you try to clean before I came over? Really did.
You know, they're talking about his toilet seat and all that stuff.
It's not the toilet seat that's a problem. It's the fact that, like, sometimes, the wife will, like, leave a brown mark all the way down the side of the porch.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
The wife, yeah.
You got to see her toilet. Nobody ever goes and sees her toilet. Okay.
Yeah, but I only
I can
have
deal
about
with
one
that.
way I can win this.
It's the lack of using like poopery or something.
Yeah. We don't use poopery, and I need to start using poopery.
Like light a match, and it'll
Walk-
be better.
walk
But
the
walking into
south.
a wall of stank.
Oh, you know what
No,
you
thank
didn't
you.
have on this? Is the cave candle or the candle that smells like a man cave or something.
I just burned out completely on the cave pool.
Yeah,
done
cave
with that.
pool, that's it.
Cave pool candle, we're done.
Yeah, I'd say Bruce should have something about dick soap, but he hasn't talked about dick soap in a while.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have anything about mentioning
Has
coffee?
anybody had?
Mm-mm. Didn't talk about that either.
I'll be putting that on there.
Sorry, nerdy.
Has anybody had intermittent tech trouble?
Really?
Yes.
I haven't-
Bruce dropped.
Oh, okay.
After all this, nobody's
Yeah,
got the
that's so
bingo
cool.
yet.
Not quite yet.
You can click
Well,
on it,
I've got.
and it has the little X.
Nope.
I didn't know that. That is cool.
Nope.
I like that.
Nope.
If you click on the square, it has a little X
Oh
that you
wow.
mark. That's so cool.
Okay.
Do what now?
Go to the bingo card
Yeah.
and randomly click one of the squares.
Okay.
Little red X should pop up.
Oh, yeah. Y'all didn't know that?
Mm-mm.
I did not know that.
I figured that
Oh.
out as soon as I got to it.
I'm easily
Yeah,
amused. Because I was thinking like printing it out or
Yeah.
something and then doing it by hand. Technologize. Thanks, Elon.
I love Elon. I hope he lives a long time. I think it's great. And I love hearing people complain about him.
He hasn't said anything about anybody's hair, so can't do that one.
I've got like 2 ways I can. There's only 2 ways I can win this.
I got 3.
I get a bingo. Nope. I only have 2 rows in which I can get a bingo. All the others are like. All the others have something in there that I can't get. Like Janet having problem with Hero Labs.
Yeah, because I'm
Travis
not
is
on
muted.
Hero Labs right now.
Exactly. Yeah. So that right there.
Need a religious
How long have we been
tangent.
playing?
Natural.
3 hours.
Oh, because
Yeah.
so this isn't considered combat though, right?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, well I could have a bingo. It says combat goes over 3 hours. I could have a bingo right now,
Yeah, we haven't had a combat yet.
No.
so I won't get that one.
Well, when we start combat, start the timer.
There's. Go ahead.
The combat in this system is different than Pathfinder. Pathfinder is long and clunky and just everything I despise about RPGs. You cannot double mark a spot. Sorry, guys.
But the thing is, you've been playing that game for how long?
20 years.
Okay, there you go. For
Excuse me.
somebody who hates it, you sure have been playing it a long time.
It was the only thing we had. Now we've got mine, and mine will be this. I'll be running that from now on. I'll figure it out for even sci-fi. It'll work. Okay. So,
Like sand through the hourglass.
got a question for
These are the-
Mr. Ogre. Ogre, do you have 2 edges on your character sheet?
No, I don't believe
Look
so.
at your feet and see if there's some things called edges. And you
Nope.
okay? Do you have any feet?
I got dodge, weapon focus, lightning reflex, power attack.
Okay, that's about right. You should actually have 1 more feet.
I have edges on mine.
Yeah, you're supposed to do them like every 3 levels. For you, Mr. Barbarian.
Well, I have simple martial weapons, light medium armor,
Yeah.
fast movement, and rage.
Okay,
Also,
for you also the
While Bruce is looking that up, for those who have someone rolls a nat 20 or Bruce rolls a nat 20, that's just in this game that counts as a critical roll.
Okay.
you really don't have criticals in this game. You just have more damage because of exploding die.
Well, yeah, but I thought you had a threshold of where you like rolled a critical on like skills and things like
It's
that.
like 98 or higher on the die. You have to roll really good on the die.
So you have a smaller chance of actually filling that in, but
Yeah.
oh crap!
What's that?
That means I only have 1 way of winning this. Because I have someone rolls a nat 20, and I was thinking, well, that'll just be like a critical. We don't roll, the d20, but we don't really have critical hits either. So, yeah.
I'll build another bingo card for this campaign. See how you guys do with that. Should be all right.
Trapped in bingo limbo.
one of the things that should be added to the bingo cards, Players check off a bingo.
Okay. You said you have mobility there, Nerdy Ogre?
Yeah.
You have combat
Is
expertise?
it? No. Under character abilities, I have simple martial weapons, light medium armor, fast movement, and rage.
You have,
and
you know, okay, the reason I was talking about
feats
combat expertise and then gang up, and what gang up does is that when you got friends that are flanking a target, you can establish a plus 10% like you're flanking with somebody else, even if you're not flanking. But you got to have somebody else, some other friends, already pinchering a target in a flank attack, and then you can get in there and get that plus 10% to hit as well. So you take combat expertise and then gang up. Those are the two feats you want to write down. And if your girlfriend picks the gang up as well at some point, then what will happen is she can basically get a flanking attack, a precision damage attack on whoever the fuck she wants. Okay.
All right.
Combat expertise allows you to play more defensively if you want, but because you're not armored so much, whenever you think
defensively,
yeah, I know it sounds kind of weird for you, but you don't wear a lot of armor. It's just something that
this. That sounds like That sounds like Elven speak.
I mean, if you don't want those, you don't have to take that. But the other thing, if you don't want that, you're missing a flank.
Oh, that's fine. I'll take it.
Otherwise, you could go for Great Cleave, which allows you have cleave, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because that's what we were going for with the power attack and the.
You have cleave, right?
The next one is going to be cleave and great cleave.
You have cleave already?
No, I do not have cleave.
You need to take cleave first. You can hit two people standing next to each other. And after that, you go for great cleave.
Okay, so I'll take out combat expertise.
Yep.
And put in cleave.
Yep.
And should I take out gang up and put in great cleave?
Not yet, because I was trying to show you the path to gang up, and that feat wouldn't really, like, you have 2 first level feats, 3rd, 5th, and you would need to wait another level, but you would just get cleave for right now.
Okay, so just cleave?
Yeah.
I don't have the gang up?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You won't want that anyway. Cleave will provide you more fun. Okay. So, you guys start to enter the clearing where this keep's at. Sorry about the delay, guys.
That's okay. Well, if anything, that should be a bingo thing. Like, Bruce pauses the game to level up a character. It's not a bad thing, but it makes good for a bingo thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd rather have everybody at where they need to be than simply, oh, yeah, we should just play the game. It's like, no, we should actually have everybody where they need to be. That's kind of part of the point of the game. Sorry. Just my thoughts.
Not hurting my feelings at all.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Don't make me know, never mind.
Be where you need to be. If you don't want to be where you need to be, go play wizardry or something.
I loved wizardry as a kid. As a young boy, I used to play wizardry for hours because it took that long for the computer to warm up. I wish I was joking.
Yeah.
And you had dial up.
Oh, I remember the days where you'd be waiting for 5 hours for something. Like more than once, I was waiting for something to load on the computer. I'd walk out in the living room because it was my grandmother's computer. She would, oh, you done on the computer? No, I'm waiting for it to load. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
And then
This
somebody,
could be a rant for the deep state.
Ooh, I have a better way of making those rolls in Nat 20 more viable for at least until Bruce gets an actual thing, and it would be a good thing for the actual bingo card for this game. Bruce or someone rolls over 100.
That will be
It's not
coming. That will be very regular after time. Even for Isabeau, she'll be rolling over 100 on her
well.
pads.
Well, I know a bingo card, but some of these bingo cards are going to happen some of what's on this bingo card will happen even during our games pretty much every time. Like, I'll let everyone decide if they're going to count this one or not. Like, someone talks about Trump. That happens for both games, almost every game. So that's almost a free spot.
Yeah, that makes sense.
well, it hasn't happened this game yet.
So at some point in this game, we will have transcended the dice and like we're gaming in a Tesseract or something.
All right. So when you get here,
Hey, what did we
you have.
do with that first? We just like kicked in the door.
What do you mean?
Well, what
When it got set
happened?
on fire by the guy.
No, what happened as we were approaching, we decided to take a safe moment, do all the buffing that we can. If the gate was closed, we were going to even if
They really don't
we were
have
going
a
to check for
gate.
traps, and as soon as we determined we could, they have a cart.
They have 2 carts on their side.
2 carts for hurting people as they try to charge.
Reminds me of Ghostbusters. Go ahead. Great stratagem. Get her.
I love Ghostbusters. I just wish they'd stopped at 2. Or somebody officially would
Or
say
kept it at the PC game.
that the original Ghostbusters video game from '84 on Activision, where it sang the song to you,
Oh yeah.
I don't need that. But the one that was released in 2001 on Xbox, that's Ghostbusters 3.
Yeah. That was actually a really good storyline, and
Yeah.
at the time, my computer could
My
run
uncle
it, and
bought
I was
that game
so
just
happy for
Okay,
that.
days before he moved away.
okay.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm not so disappointed in the last 2 Ghostbuster movies, mainly because in the early '90s they had come out with a second cartoon series called Ghostbusters
Oh, the
Extreme.
Extreme Ghostbusters.
Yeah, Extreme
Ugh.
Ghostbusters, and like the Ghostbusters like went their own way, and Egon, he ended up being a professor at a university, and the new Ghostbuster team basically became his students. You know, because he had a class of what, 6, 7, which was up from
Yeah,
last semesters.
the the goth chick, the dude in the wheelchair, the Latino guy.
The black dude.
Yeah, they basically checked off all the boxes.
Yeah,
the
but
90s
they
and-
weren't.
It wasn't horrible.
It wasn't horrible.
Like-
They weren't trying to push an agenda like they would nowadays.
Yeah.
Just kind of diversify it all, and I didn't. There wasn't a problem with it. It was a good show. So yeah. So
My
and
my
that's
major
what-
problem with it was the use of extreme, because everything was advertised as extreme. And it was like, why'd they get that one word stuck in their head for a decade? Why?
and whenever they
Because for some reason it worked.
and whenever they announced the 2016 Ghostbusters 2016, that's what I was hoping it was going to be. I was sorely disappointed, as was pretty much everybody. But that's what I was hoping. So whenever they came up with was it Frozen Empire and the other one?
What the other one was? Yeah.
Yeah,
So here's the best
Afterlife.
the best movie,
Afterlife. There you go.
the best movie quote about diversity ever. Here we go. Roll it.
I'd like you to meet your new pitcher, Amanda Whirlich.
Jews, figs, niggers, and now a girl? Robert that, punk.
I love that movie. They will never.
Bad News Bears
they will
kicked
never
ass.
make a Bad News Bears with the punch of the original '76 movie.
Oh, my father was foolish enough to believe that History of the World Part 2 would actually be good.
I would have loved to have seen that.
I've talked to people who have. It's a piece of garbage.
Yeah, I made it. I made it a point not to watch it simply because it didn't have Hitler on ice. Like I looked and I found out that they were not going to have Hitler on ice, and I was like, nope, it's going to be garbage.
Well, he unfortunately, it may have been. My father was like, "Oh well, it's fuck, I already forgot his name. The Jew director, actor, fuck. The guy who made History of the World Part 1.
Mel Brooks?
Mel Brooks,
Yeah.
thank you. My father was like, oh, it's Mel
Mel-
Brooks, it's
yeah.
Mel Brooks, it's Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks would not be allowed to be Mel Brooks in today's Hollywood. Oh,
No.
he'll be, no, he
No.
won't. I've talked to people. No, it's not a Mel Brooks movie. It's a Hollywood movie, which means it's garbage.
Yeah, if they had taken what they had put in the advertisement for History of the World Part 2,
Uh-huh.
the original film, that thing would have been
Jews
kick-ass.
in spaces.
Okay, mark your bingo cards because we talked about movies.
Yeah, I already did.
I don't got that one.
Tangent about movies.
Am I still here?
I'm still here. I just-
Yes.
Okay. Well, it went eerie silent, and that usually means I've been kicked.
Okay.
Yeah. I was looking at the screen, looking at the wagons, and I'm thinking, how am I going to pick the locks on the wagons? There's no locks.
Hey, Janet.
Yeah.
I go do my sneaky
Can you
up to the door, but there's no door.
can you use Hero Labs?
Yeah, but I don't have it set up for this character.
Oh, that's fine.
That's
As
okay.
long as you have problems with it.
Oh. No, I don't have any problems with it.
Yeah, that has to be next week for that one.
But no, everything's. But yeah, it's easy to use. I mean, I'm getting better and better at using it.
No, he's hoping you can't use it right now, so
Oh no, I
he could
can't
try.
use it.
So he could
Yeah,
give me a bingo card.
I have nothing on here that
Wait, is that technically a win for that space?
it should be. That means yes, you guys can mark that off.
Well, it says has a problem, not can't use.
Oh,
Yeah, Janet has problems with Eurolabs.
yeah.
Bruce gets a super chat. Player character reaches 0 hit points. Chris has problems with chat. Someone talks about Trump. Adam and Damien. Someone rolls a nat 20. Connell rolls a failure. Stallion takes human form. No miniatures on camera. Travis is muted.
Travis is always
that's
muted.
kind of a free space.
What? Travis is muted?
Yeah. Travis also says combat longer than 10 minutes says this free space is genius. I'm sorry. I like that website.
It's actually pretty awesome, honestly.
Okay. Transcend color water brushes. I don't know if I. Let me know how transcend brushes work out for you.
I'm loving them so far. They
Okay.
are. I ended up for example, I ended up with a little hook on the one I like using the most. I gave it a little bit of treatment and kind of bent it back, for lack of a better term, and it did not destroy the bristles. It just went back.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
The only downside is, am I still connected? Okay. The only real downside I found with them for miniature painters, well, you wouldn't find a downside. You paint some pretty big stuff. Is they come with some huge fucking brushes. Like brushes, unless, well, no, I'll be painting some knights from Warhammer, so eventually I'll use them. But in general, they're going to be way too big for my use, which is also the reason why I sent Janet a link to them, because their size makes them perfect for her painting spaceships, and as well as going down to miniatures, which I'm
True.
intend to send her some.
Okay.
I just ran out of funds to pay the postal this month.
So once you see this, do the hobgoblins see you guys? They haven't yet, or they haven't made it known that they see you yet. I'll just say that. Okay, that dice is going in the garbage. I can't read it. You're going away. All right. So you guys kind of hear some noises in the keep. What are y'all doing?
If we try just moving those carts, we're going to end up getting stabbed.
By what?
Okay, what about these doors to either side?
Those are on the other side of the wall.
Uh,
Wait, what?
we're south by this wall. We're south. The walls are on the north.
Oh, okay.
Why can't we just
Okay, yeah.
climb over it?
Or move them out of the way.
Hey, did anybody else notice there was no miniatures on camera for a minute?
Yeah.
There
Well,
was.
down on
Oh, there was.
on the bottom right. There
Down the
is.
bottom right, you got 2 cameras.
Yeah.
I missed it.
What I was going to say is,
yeah.
if we try to move them, they'll hear it. So it'd probably be safer if we were to climb over them.
No, that's an invitation for them to just stick us as we're trying to climb over.
Well, that's if we see
Yeah,
it.
I think that's.
No,
Yeah,
we can't fight as we're climbing.
Okay.
Maybe I could because I could stand there and cast a spell, but I'd be off balance, and then I'd probably have to cast some sort of disturbance check because I got to sit there and balance while I'm on there. Bruce, does Fireball have the force to just destroy those carts? I'm confident they know we're here, so. Yeah.
Okay, well, does anybody have a spell that makes an area silent?
Janet does.
I didn't think I had a spell like that.
Janet, you have a 3rd level spell called Silence.
If it's not in your spells, Janet, it's something that you and Bruce discussed a while back, so it should be, actually. If it's not, pretty sure you should just write it down.
Okay, well, I'm writing it on here. How many mana?
Total of 9.
That's the cool thing about priests.
Okay. -9 mana. Hold on, let me write that down real quick. Okay. I guess I'll use that spell.
So you used it?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
All right. So what is it? What exactly does it do?
Cast silence on the dwarves, and then we chuck them over the wagons.
Okay.
No. We cast silence on the wagons, and that way we can pull them out, and nobody will be able to hear a thing. Or
okay, good idea.
If you
chuck the dwarves, right?
Sorry, Nerdy.
It's like if you can cast it on an area, cast it on the area that the wagons are in. But if you have to cast it on something.
So, Bruce, what do I have to do? Do I cast it on the area or on the items?
Area.
Okay, so I'm casting it on the area around the wagon so nobody can hear us moving them.
Right.
And I'm getting your spell ready in Gilded as we speak.
That'll be a kick-ass spell when you can cast it on items, and then just ensorcel a rock, pop it in your pocket. Be all sneaky.
All right.
Bruce?
Sir?
I just discovered something that makes me giggle inside. You could build, and with the expanded rules for buildings, I found that they have to build a bank. for the city that I'm thinking about building in for the lucrative bank we discussed, the lucrative thing we discussed last week.
Yeah.
Put the bank up and say, all right, one of the rules, if you want to go through our help with the city, you have to put all your money in the bank. But on the plus side, you get a 10% return a day.
Ah! You couldn't make that money back. You couldn't make that money like that.
How many are actually coming back?
True.
That's reflects my confidence of them returning.
10% and a free toaster.
Okay, so you guys are dismantling these carts.
Yes.
All right. Next, I'm going to move quietly. Well, in the whole area, but I'm going to move as stealthily as I can to the corner here on the right. No, up. Yeah, to the no. We're trying to go this. We're trying to go north, right?
Yeah, in here.
Yeah, because I want to see if I can see anything going on around. You know. Okay. Do I see anything like around the corners?
Inside the courtyard area, it looks kind of still. There's a few weeds. There's a few pieces of scrub. The courtyard's empty.
Because it's daytime, right?
Yep.
Okay, don't they sleep during the day?
Typically.
Okay,
See, like piles of bone and broken armor. Lots of hobgoblin shit in the middle of the courtyard area.
All right. I'm going to come back outside of the silent zone, and I'm going. Also, I'm going to look along the walls. There are there arrow slits.
See a couple over to your left.
And what about to my
You
right?
see some murder holes, yeah. Definitely.
In the area where I'm at right now?
Kind of like above you, yes. Where there's a little tower area above you as you go between the walls here. There's like a gate with a portcullis that hasn't seemed to work. But you don't hear any noise yet.
I'm not going to hear anything with the silent spell active.
No.
All right. I'm going to head back to the others and outside of the silent area, and I'm going to. Hey, okay. So all I've seen in the courtyard is a bunch of shit scattered about. You know, not literally, but it's just what you'd expect from a hobgoblin tribe. Be careful going through there. There are murder holes up above us and along the walls, but I'm not seeing any movement.
Yeah, you're kind of confused about that.
well, if they're sleeping and we can get close enough and our wizard can cast sleep, we can maybe get Ogre to sneak in and just cut some throats while they're asleep.
That depends.
Sounds terrible, but
Yeah, but that depends, Jen. I have been paying attention to what we can and what I can and can't affect, and we're starting to reach the level where sleep is becoming less and less effective.
okay. Well, they're already asleep, so if we can just keep them a little deeper sleep, so we can sneak in and get rid of them before they wake up, that'll give us less to fight. That's all I was
You
saying.
guys are looking
That is true.
over here, and behind These guys, like, you guys came in from the side, you creeped around the building to get over here. But over here, you're noticing there's there's like some tarps over the ground that are colored green.
Over where?
Yeah,
It's
we
like-
can't see. Can
Behind
you
us.
bring that one up? Or I was going to say change the cameras to the yellower one.
I'm gonna ink it real fast.
Are you saying that there's spider holes?
There's some.
Or is it a mass grave?
It looks like there's some tarps that are kind of anchored in to the ground.
It's a daikini trap.
I stole the baby from the stupid daikini.
Why you was taking a pee-pee?
We love you, Val Kilmer. You know what's sad, Janet? We've kind of cursed some people.
What do you mean?
Well,
Oh, because we talked about them and then they died.
yeah, like
Gene Hackman,
we
I did that in the mid
Gene
90s.
Hackman, Val Kilmer.
talked about Val Kilmer. He died. Back when we talked about Blade Runner, we talked about Emmett Walsh,
Mhm.
and then we talked about him again in The Jerk, and he died the week after we did The Jerk.
Yeah.
We've talked about a lot of movies, and like there's 5 of them, 5 actors that have died within like 3 days after our discussion.
Well,
Like we can't.
Whatever you do.
Go ahead.
they were old.
I don't want to talk about James Hong. I really don't want.
Whatever you do, don't talk about Keanu Reeves.
Dwayne Johnson and Jason Momoa. Have you seen any of their movies lately?
I know, right? Would you?
So let's do a whole bunch of Jane Fonda movies.
There you go. There you go.
9 to 5, Barbarella.
She was
Few
in
others.
95.
Yeah, she was in 9 to 5.
Actually, it's a really good movie. But
I
you
know.
know what? Dabney Kellman already died. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. But Dolly's still alive. Her husband
My
died.
limit for socialists and communists was met on Monday. Like that's like what 0.05% of my state.
What
Yes.
happened? Oh my God!
There's only like 200,000 leftists in this state, and they all congregated at the frickin' Ford Idaho Center.
Yeah, well, I say that doesn't sound wrong.
Ugh.
Oh, Bruce,
Disgusting.
Go ahead.
I have a suggestion for tonight's topic with Kai if you have a show tonight.
What's that?
City building, because if I show up, I'm definitely going to talk to him about it because I got a few ideas of how I want to start the city and what his opinions are. Because as much as I like the idea of building up my little town right now that I have, I really do like his suggestion for moving over there and building. God, that is terrible.
Oh,
That
for
is just
foot fetish people, that is disgusting. And you can tell that CGI because that is a real foot.
That's
Bruce, don't ever, Bruce, don't ever show that to your dad or your mom, please.
Yes, ma'am.
They'll be
I don't even know where to
heartbroken.
begin. That's like
Okay,
all
here-
sorts of wrong.
here's another bingo card thing. Bruce shares the disturbing image.
God, that's disgusting. He did. That was disturbing. Very disturbing and disgusting.
For the foot fetishist that has everything.
Not as disturbing as the picture in my head.
I don't want to know what it is.
That's body horror
That
right
is-
there.
That is disgusting.
Well, at least you can genuinely tell people it's a foot.
Gross. Oh my God.
That's not athlete's foot.
It's not real athlete's foot.
Oh,
I found a video. I never posted on Discord or Guilded because I have no idea how to do that off of Pinterest. But somebody had taped a fleshlight to a muffler and was just blowing out the engine, and it kept blowing up like a balloon.
I mean,
the scary thing, I want to say one thing, Bruce. The scary thing is, it's not the fact that you found that, it's the fact that you looked something up like that.
no, I did not. I just turned on Twitter.
You just turned on Twitter and that was on your
That
timeline?
was on my fucking timeline.
Okay, well, what have you been looking up on Twitter for something like that to come up on your timeline? That is frightening to think about. I mean, that is,
I know what I have. No low balls. Hashtag no low balls.
that is disgusting. Oh, I'm going to have a nightmare about that tonight. I just know it. That is gross.
I just pictured Janet and us sitting around the table, and then that foot kind of hobbling on its own, and then she's like Windows, like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
It's disgusting. Yeah, it's bad.
Instead of the spider head, it's the, what the hell would you call that thing? A foot fuck? A glory anchor?
A toe moaner. I mean, I don't know. It's disgusting. Bruce is just enjoying all of it. But whatever you do, spare your parents.
I won't tell my parents. I promise.
Hey,
Yes,
Bruce,
sir.
if you do show it to your parents, at least record it.
No, don't even think about it. Just forget about it. Pretend like you never saw it.
Seriously, are you going to forget about it?
No, but I'm not.
Can you forget?
Telling you, they
Hold
will.
on, take me away.
They will have a freak out over that. And the fact that he laughed about it online. Oh, I don't even want to think about it.
So are your parents? Are your parents like super religious, or
My mom is
It's like-
my parents are, I guess you'd say, super religious, but my mom like can change an entire temperature in a room by just saying I am so disgusted or I am so disappointed in you. You hear that and it just chilled out like 15 degrees. It's done. You're blowing mist out of your mouth.
I think that would psychologically damage your mother. So just don't do it.
And that's just the gateway drug.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm happy that I could give you all some sort of foot fetish PTSD. But now I have it.
That's so true.
What's trauma amongst friends, right?
What's the gift of sharing? What is it? Okay.
What's a little eye breach between friends?
I mean, come on.
That's really what you would call really footballing.
All right. So I'm going to kind of redraw this as now you're seeing the scope of things, and it fits today's card stock that I have here. And you guys notice that, there's a bungee trap behind you. You don't pull the tarps up because you're There's just a little bit of like trepidation you have with fucking with them. You don't really want to fuck with them. You're not like champion fuckwithers.
Mm-mm.
That's what the thief is for. Lummy's not going to go fuck you.
Don't I have?
I was going to say something, but no.
I thought one of us. I thought one of us had
One of
a
us.
spell of something. Something to do with poison gas or something.
No, that'd be a higher level spell. So it's
It
probably
would
from the other
be
campaign.
because I
Yeah.
remember talking about it one time before. Because we were
Oh
talking about.
no! I was talking to Bruce about getting a spell, acid cloud. That one's a low level.
Okay. Well, what I was thinking was, what if we could go to the closest tarp and drop a spell like that inside underneath the tarp to kill whatever's in there, or to see whether it pisses it off.
Yeah.
Janet, you start. Are you seriously moving to the tarps to fuck with
No,
the tarp?
no. I'm just talking to my team about whether or not we should try to do something
So
like that.
you're trying to go to the team to go and mess with the tarps.
No, I'm
Okay.
asking the team if we should try to do something like that by putting a spell underneath the tarp, one tarp. The closest.
Well, I do have trap finding, and I'm pretty sure it's not the definition that I was about to use.
I'm thinking more. We're getting the eerie feeling we're not going to want to see what's beneath the tarp.
That's what I'm saying. And we don't have to see what's under it. We just push a spell underneath one of them and see what happens.
Well, I never actually got poison cloud. It was talked about once, and then we never actually got back to it.
Okay. I just remember us talking about it or something because we needed poison gas or something at one time.
I actually wouldn't mind having acid cloud, but I forgot about it and then never actually got back to it.
No.
So that's partially my fault.
No, I'm just trying to think of ideas. Now, what if we could draw them out and get them to fall into the tarps? Because
Excuse me,
whatever's
it's
in
acid
there would
fog.
kill them too, right?
Probably, but that's if what's beneath the tarp is going to hurt us.
What else? Why
Bruce,
would they have it covered up?
Even hobgoblins have a limit to what they can fucking withstand. But if they're serving a dragon, it wouldn't.
They're either covered up because whatever is in there can't tolerate sunlight, so it keeps them dark until nighttime when they wake up, or they've got them in there covered up while they're sleeping because they're treating them like pets, or something like that. I mean, that's the only thing I could think of. Or they have a trap set on it to where they can't get out until they open it. That type of thing. So I don't know. So I'm just trying.
I was thinking more like it's a trap that's covered up. So like if you're not paying attention and you got like a bunch of light cavalry or whatever rolling up, they go and hit a punji pit or a cesspool or something like that. They get slowed down and then they go pepper them with their crossbows and arrows.
As you're looking at it more and more, you notice that there's like sweep marks where they push the hobgoblin shit into the pits.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, right.
It was something disgusting, not something deadly.
Yeah, but you think hobgoblins don't even want to see shit that it bothers them?
Hobgoblins are higher in the food chain than goblins. Goblins will eat shit. Hobgoblins will not.
Man, I wish there was a goblin member of the NPC Corps that would love to have an argument with you. We don't eat shit.
Right. Here it is. I actually looked it up.
Hobgoblins are
Acid
slightly
fog,
more
not
sanitary.
acid cloud. Sorry, what?
Hobgoblins are a little more sanitary.
Oh yeah.
A little more.
I actually looked up. It's called acid cloud. I mean acid fog, not acid cloud.
It's just
And I'm
interesting.
still
that
actually couldn't
it
cast it
actually
anyway.
takes- Sorry.
Sorry. I can't cast it anyway because it is a level 6 spell, which means in Bruce's game, I think I got at least one more level to go.
Yep. You need to be able to cast a level 7 spell to cast a level 6 spell in another game.
Okay.
That's a level 7 spell.
Okay. One more level to go.
I just
But
think it's
actually,
interesting.
it's still actually a fog. It's just something I wouldn't mind having. Because, like in this instance, use the acid on the pile of shit.
You're level.
Just
you're
run
level
into the
6.
Yes.
thick of the hobgoblins, and you're yelling, "The fog is coming! The fog is coming! The
You'll
fog is
be
coming!"
able to use level 7 spells at 13th level.
Oh,
No,
13th level.
11th
Holy
level.
shit.
Yeah, you got a ways.
Oh, it goes exponentially up. Okay.
Yeah, it goes up quite a ways.
Well, not necessarily not necessarily the definition of exponential, but the general use. Like it goes up by more than just one per level. Yeah.
So we can't see what's past the tarps,
There's a-
like the building or anything like that, on the other side of the courtyard.
Let me swap cameras here.
Because he said he looked up the wall and he saw the slots where arrows could be shot out. Right?
Yeah. Like up here, there's like a covered area, and there's a portcullis, and there's a whole bunch of murder holes that are within this passageway. Then
Mhm.
you have the courtyard, and I'm getting ready to flop over to the other side of the table and continue drawing that out for you. That way you can see just how fucked up this place is.
Okay,
Well,
now on that little courtyard right there, you said there was like 4 tarps.
But beyond, no, this is before the courtyard. This would be like back here towards me, like where this is.
Okay, so right past where the wagons were that we just moved.
No.
Where?
The wagons would be like right here. You guys move the wagons off to the side. This is about 20 feet back from
where the tarps were.
Yeah. And
okay, so we walked past the tarp.
If you explore the way you guys came, you came at the side from the keep, and you made your way around over here up against the keep the whole time, but you didn't go venturing over here. And 20 foot away from the wall, there's a fucking gigantic U-shaped pit that follows the contour of the keep. And you're being as quiet as you can not to fucking disturb that tarp.
Okay, see what the reason I was thinking it might be pets or creatures is I thought on the inside of that doorway right there from the wall, okay, in the courtyard is where the tarps were. So I thought maybe it was pets or creatures that they had. So I was misunderstanding where the tarps were at.
All this shit gets swept out the front and into the tarps. You have no idea what's under the tarps.
Besides shit. Something of worms or something that's eating the shit.
Maybe an audiog, because you've already met audiogs. You know they like to eat poo.
Mm-hmm.
I am
like that really friendly
mighty poo.
Well, I just found a spell that needs to be put on a wand and given to Lemmy. Improve Trap.
And what's that?
It's a spell that specifically gets cast on a trap to improve its effects.
You know, I wouldn't want Lemmy to have that spell because he wouldn't use it. He disables traps. He puts traps to rest.
I know, but I know what he's also going to do in his own house.
I don't think he's going to Rube Goldberg the house, because if he ever has to take Ambien, then he's going to be like having to go around the house stumbling while awake. I need to fucking take care of this. This sucks.
I'll just do that in the preview of people I don't like.
Dry ice bombs in the toilets, stuff like that. You know, that was actually one of the things I unfortunately did not catch Mythbusters in time to send in because I would have. I heard a myth in my school that a dry ice bomb will kill somebody sitting on the toilet.
I've heard of a dry
They're
ice
pretty
bomb exploding a toilet before.
Oh yeah, no, that's not the myth. The myth is that when it explodes the toilet, it kills you too.
Well, I've not heard of anybody dying, but I've
doesn't
heard
I have.
exploding.
That was literally the prep talk at my school. Dry ice in the toilet will kill whoever's sitting on the toilet if it explodes.
Bless
That's
you.
what my
Oh,
principal said.
Fucking hurts. I fucking sneezed last week and I popped the fucking rib.
Ow.
Ugh.
Welcome to old age.
Yeah, no shit, right?
Welcome
my
to old
cousins,
age.
they, put
Your back hurts. You get
bombs in
easy headaches. You can't eat anything, and you'll pull a rib when you sleep. Oh, and by the way, you're going to start forgetting things. Well, what's the upsides? What upsides?
I have plenty of upsides in my life. I'm pretty happy with about how everything's worked out so far. If we could just get things sped up. I need about $500,000. If you have $500,000 you want to give it to me, I want to turn it over in the next fucking 10 years. I'll get you $500,000 back plus a little bit of interest. I've got a buddy trying to get out of the game right now. He's got a wife that she needs to get another set of lungs because she's getting ready to lose her life. She's got her lung transplant 9 years ago. Transplanted lungs last about 5 years. Well, hers have been in her body for 9 years, and she's starting to like really slide downhill. He wants out so he can spend more time with her. He's like, when she's dead, I can come back to the game and get more money. Right now, he's got 4 businesses that make him about $250,000 a year. He's selling all of it, his stake in it, for $500,000. If I can convince the VA or some group of VA bankers to give Bruce that money, then I'm going to be frazzled and on cocaine and hookers, but I'll have money, and I'll start doing the thing that everybody else does, because that seems to be what you do. You get responsibility, a stupid job, and the next thing you know, you're hooked on smack on your back and dying.
Yeah, if my parents and I agreed on one thing even when I was a kid. If we were to ever get that kind of money, we would take 1/10 of it and go on a splurge. But the rest of it, we would actually hire a proper accountant or someone like that who helps you do finances, and then properly invest at any rate.
Yeah, you want to properly invest, but like the thing is, there's like three companies that are variously located around the area that do plumbing and repair work. 4th company that does like staffing and heavy equipment work to do traffic control. So if we have to dig up a street to repair a line, we could do that. The only problem is that like all I hear whenever I talk about this is, you're now on call.
Huh.
Well, when do I go off call? You'll know you're on call the rest of your fucking life.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword, trade school.
I love it. I really do. I love what I do, but I would not be the simple happy-go-lucky shit pumper that I am right now. I would have to actually, oh God, I need a way to settle down because I've been at work for 2 hours. I'm on fucking some sort of caffeine drug and IV drip. All right, so here's the keep is kind of built like this, kind of in a horseshoe setup. Over here, you have a silent spell. And you can hear around other places there's things going on, but you just can't see any hobgoblins. You do note that there are brown streaks through here. And it looks like they shovel the shit out of the central area. What are you guys going to do?
Buy some new shoes.
I think you got the cleric. She could cast cleanse on you.
Well,
The dwarves really aren't excited about being part of your party, by the way. They're we're crafters. We're gentlemen. We don't do this. This isn't part of our. Yeah, we can do this, but we don't want to.
hey, you guys are the ones that said you wanted to adventure with us when I first asked you.
Yeah, but holy shit, this was really a bad idea. Gosh.
Well, after this, we'll go back to the keep, and you can stay there if you want. Both
Back,
purviews are within your contract, so
back to Pembrose? Serious? You'll let us do that? We would love to do that. Because this sounds like a bad deal. Just nothing against you or anything else, but holy shit, there's a lot of problems here. Okay. You hear your dog whimpering behind you. Did you bring your puppy or no?
the little one,
The
no.
little one. Where's your puppy at?
I will have paid the inn a few extra dollars to take care of her.
Okay.
And I would have definitely told him, make sure she gets plenty of meat. As long as she's kept meat, she's usually pretty happy. And whatever you do, don't rile her up too much. She's still big enough to do some damage.
Don't get her excited. She'll be.
Okay, lights are still going, so I know I'm not frozen.
I think Bruce walked away.
You're still here.
Yeah. Well, every time it goes silent because of my setup, I go, oh shit.
I'm reviewing what's going on in the area, listening to you guys.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Oh no, I was listening to what happened last week, and I got the idea. Oh, get one of those big ass dogs, like using magic to breed it with a terrier, and basically have one of those dogs with both the protective attitude of the big dog, and the aggressive attitude of a terrier. And then have a pack of those look after your animals, or have them travel with you in packs. Of course,
Well, if that's possible, then I can get my bones.
I also do want them not just the strength of a terrier, though. This is part of the reason we're using magical means. I actually want them to have the strength of the full-sized big dog.
Mm-hmm.
So my first forte into magical creatures will be very simple.
But from a magic standpoint, what would be easier? Just hiring a necromancer to rip the bones out of the chicken, or to magically remove the bones?
Well, magically remove the bones, the meat will look good afterwards. Necromancer do it, it'll look like a shotgun got to it.
Because if I can actually make a boneless wing and charge a premium some special sauce and get some busty girls to sell it to some dude.
Hey, I don't mind talking about him despite what happened. Justin used to say that he wanted a chicken that was like a 10 wings per chicken.
The multi-winged chicken, awesome.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when you
20 feet tall.
You've got a couple doors over here. You've got doors over there. Where do you want to head to, guys?
I say to the right. I'm going to this little building over
Yeah,
on the right side.
yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because if this is a big keep, chances are it'll hook back around, and we can. I don't know necessarily get the surprise on them, but we should be able to get to them without having to risk as badly of an ambush. Hopefully, but still, we need to check that door for traps.
Hello? Okay.
Welcome
you're
back.
Howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, partner. Yes,
When
I
you
know
came
that
in
was
and
very
said
bad.
that, I wanted to completely dug it and be like, I love you. My name is Doug.
But yeah, start at the door here on the right. Now moving my cursor around it as if everybody else can see it. And then we can just work our way around to the door on the left.
Okay, inside here. Inside this tiny room, a stairwell on the opposite corridor is available. More importantly, you also see that there are 2 slots for murder holes for crossbowmen to be available.
I assume that A, there are no crossbowmen.
And that's facing the outer yard.
Say again? Yeah, that faces the outer yard. They do have a pair of them over here as well. So you can kind of look in here.
So we got anybody with a ranged weapon, just in case in the cesspool there's also vampires.
Shit, vampires.
Hobgoblin sees you and he tries to attack. Does a 63 hit you? All right.
Negative.
Roll me a d6, 6 nations. All right.
4.
What are you going to do on 4? What do you decide to do?
Well, since he transgressed against me, I am going to respond in kind.
All right. So that'll be on 11. On 7, he runs forward to you and tries to hack you down again. On 67, does that hit you?
Negative.
On 11, what do you got?
That's a good question. Let me roll and find out. I've got an unmodified 54. Maybe what, 64?
Can you get up to 80?
No.
All right.
Should have used my blue dice.
He tries again and cannot do it. You and him continue to struggle. You can't hear anything, by the way.
I'm just picturing that battle in Saving Private Ryan, where our guns don't go off, we throw our helmets. I'm struggling for the pistols. That's
Yeah,
what I feel like right now.
completely get it. The rest of the party doesn't really hear much because they're within the silenced area. They have no idea what's going on over here. You can't really make a sound.
If only they could see my face.
What do you got going on, Six Nations? You going to try to swipe at him again?
I've got an 82.
Hey,
Yeah, I got an 82 on the roll.
roll damage.
Hot dog.
I don't think it'll last that long, but if he goes up to 30 seconds to 40 seconds in combat, I'll take a look through the murder hole.
Oh, my other die. Damn it. That'll work. One exploding. That is 14.
He is not happy. You cut into him pretty
Thank God.
good. And he's bleeding really
He's going to
bad.
be really, really upset if he took that damage.
He tries to withdraw from this fight. Go ahead and get an attack on him.
Holy shit. Unmodified 99. Yes.
Damage.
9 points of damage.
He gets cut
And
down.
I'm going to stick with the dice.
And as you slice him open for a moment, you think you hear something, but you don't.
Hey, Nerdy, did you get a
Yeah.
bingo?
No.
Six Nations rolled a 99, so 98 or above.
Oh. Let me double check that.
Because I got a full bingo. That was the last one I needed.
Yep. Got a full bingo. That indeed was the last one I would need.
Bingo!
Tell him what he's won.
You won the privilege of Bruce never showing you his foot fetish. Again.
I don't understand why feet are the big thing. That's kind of disgusting. Like,
I mean, it really is. It's really disgusting.
I almost forgot. I got to go check on something that shouldn't be too long.
Rule 34.
Yeah, in a minute, I'm going to have to go shut the coop doors.
That's only a good time. It might be a good time for an intermission then.
So I'll be right back. I'm going to go check on them and see.
So I am going to clear out the bingo card, get another one, and see if I can win 2 in one game.
all right, while we wait. Back to the girls with the fat asses.
If that's the case, I'm going to feed the dogs early. Because I got a feeling I might miss something if I don't.
Okay, how do I get a new card? Okay, so that doesn't.
How long does Janet's spell last?
I have no idea.
So,
Here, I've returned. We're definitely gonna have to stop at 6. I have chores I got to do. Kind of figured I'd have to do them, but I wanted to make sure that I'd have to before I say anything.
I don't know what you get in trouble.
That was not so much I'll get in trouble, so much as my parents will go without heat tonight.
Oh, I can't have that.
No, I have a bad back, but my dad is far worse than I am. I can at least split wood. He can't even do that anymore.
Where do you live?
North Idaho. They're getting ready to move into a camper with propane heating, so their old mobile home is used, abused, and is falling apart.
Yeah.
That camper is in the same condition as an 80-year-old hooker who still is hookering.
Yee.
It's quite the dedicated old gal you have there.
I use that description because it is literally amazing that house is still standing.
So, are they going to be keeping the same property, or you're not going to?
Yes. Oh, she's just moving out of that garbage house into a camper, so she doesn't have to. Well, both my parents, so they don't have to deal with the issues of the house anymore. Hell, it's technically not even safe to use the bathroom anymore because it's at an angle. No, when I say that's lucky the house isn't falling apart, I am not exaggerating.
Believe you.
La 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 la.
Okay. He drags the hobgoblin outside to see you guys, but then you all can hear each other. The spell wears off finally.
By the way, I do have my war axe out.
Okay.
Just be kind of silly not to.
Yeah. So is the hobgoblin dead?
The hobgoblin is dead.
All right. Just making sure. I was pretty sure that was the case, but
Yeah, that's the next thing I was going.
Im-
Walk up to it, nudge it with my foot. Is it dead?
Absolutely dead.
so was there a way to get deeper in to the fort from there, or is that a dead end?
You have to go upstairs.
Okay.
You have to go up these stairs to get further.
Okie dokie.
2 for physical. Let's get physical. Physical.
Is that Janet singing Let's Get Physical? Sorry. Are you guys having fun today?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get physical. Physical.
I'm really
Sorry it took me so long, guys. I got the big ones all put up, but I haven't got the little ones in. They're still just standing there like dum-dums.
Has Connell died yet?
Sorry, what?
Has Connell died yet?
I think it's hilarious. That's a possibility.
Where do those come from?
MyFreeBingoCards.com.
I know, but I mean, do you come up with the things that go on it, or does
Yeah.
it?
I had to input it all. I have to input more. Apparently, Travis printed one out, and the free space is combat longer than 10 minutes. Combat longer than 10 minutes is the free space is genius. God. Okay. So you guys go back in here and take a look at it. So you're creeping around. You hear some noises up above you.
Damn it, we got to keep this keep intact, huh?
You don't want to,
Is
but you
Bruce
got to.
frozen or am I?
What?
Did they say that in the contract?
Oh,
Not our fault if they tear the place up.
Well, we're supposed to take care of the problem that's
Yeah.
within it. I
That's
I
it.
assume it has to be standing. So like setting fire to the floor and having them drop when we stab them, like that's probably not a good idea because like the floor is kind of holding up a lot of stuff.
yeah.
We haven't had a real good keep burning in a while, so
I think you guys have kept all your structures intact, and you've not detonated a continent, unlike the other group.
Although, if we were to get some like pots or kettles and put some, like wet wood in there to create a lot of smoke, it would contain the fire and it would smoke out the people, or well, the hobgoblins above us through the murder holes.
True.
Hmm.
that requires chopping wood.
Oh, we got a couple of wagons out there.
Hmm.
Is there a lake nearby to soak it?
We got hobgoblin blood.
And a cesspool.
And a cesspool.
Too bad, Bruce.
Noxious.
Too bad
poop.
I haven't, Bruce and I haven't gotten too far on the spell. Create smoke. This would actually be perfect for that.
Yeah. And just a thought.
Let's see here. Well, without Connell here, we might actually have a chance of doing more than just fucking. Because. I'm sorry. Last time we did this exact scenario.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, you weren't here, nerdy.
Love you, Connell.
You weren't here, nerdy, but this exact scenario where we're trying to figure out how to flush out the enemy. In this case, it was regular goblins in a keep. We were trying to plan it out, and then Connell just walks upstairs and opens the door and opens fire. After we just spent 5 minutes, well, actually more like 10, 20 minutes discussing the plan, planning for the plan. We get okay. Now we're going to set up for the plan. He just walks upstairs and starts opening fire.
Wasn't as epic as Leroy Jenkins,
Uh-huh.
but it was in the same vein.
So yeah, without Connell here, we might actually be able to implement a plan. Fuck. Problem is that we're running out of time.
Create the plan. We execute the plan. Plan goes off the rails. Throw the plan away.
Problem is that I spent.
There's a certain order. There's a certain order that these things come in.
Problem is that I spent a lot of mana and scrolls on casting Ragged Edge, and it's only got a few minutes on it. Because I was expecting to charge the gate and have a whole bunch of hobgoblins just sitting there at the beginning. Shit. Fuck.
Well, right now, the safety is on calm.
I'm sorry, what?
The minute we
Or-
make contact again, then it's on fuck. When they all start coming down, then it's on fuck them.
Are hobgoblins considered magical creatures?
Are they magical creatures? They
Yeah.
can be magical creatures.
I'm
They're
sorry,
probably
what?
They can be magical
common.
creatures.
And me. I'll refer to the fact would I know if sleep affects them or not?
If they're low enough levels, yeah.
Hmm.
They-
Because another option would be we go in. We surprise them with me prepared to cast sleep. Open the door, cast sleep, and then charge the rest of them.
Could push the envelope for another encounter. One last hurrah.
No way. Just get it over with.
Well, I mean, like, try to put them to sleep.
Well, he has to.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't want to risk us having to leave and not finish it.
Oh no, that's not what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about going upstairs and casting sleep. Like going upstairs, I prepare the spell sleep. We immediately open the door and I cast it.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. I think it'll work.
Not well. I guarantee I won't hit all of them, but I should hit enough of them to be a game changer.
The fewer that we have to fight, the better.
Yeah. So does that sound like the plan we want to go with?
Well,
Either that or oil slips the stairs.
Didn't
Nerdy?
you
Because
say?
I don't think we got to do that last time.
You're saying, Nerdy?
Doesn't somebody have to like call it early?
At 6 o'clock for me. That
Yeah,
is
that's
another
8
hour.
o'clock for us.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you're.
It's mountain time.
Yeah, yeah, you're behind me. I'm used to everybody being on the East Coast, so they're like ahead of me. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I went and did the thing ahead of time, so
yeah, okay,
I
so
don't have to do the thing. The thing is
right.
done.
So are we going up the stairs or what?
Yeah, the sleep is what everyone seems to agree on, so
Okay.
So, as you guys head up the stairwell,
Perception check. Floss music.
okay. As you
All
head
right.
up,
The spell chunker is going to go up first. I'm going to go up right behind him.
okay.
yeah, because what's going
And
to happen is as soon as I cast the spell, I'm going to step off to the side of the door. Well, I'm not a cowardly wizard, but I know my place, which is the back of the group.
As you enter this place, you see a few hobgoblins in here. These guys were not really expecting you to get in, but here you are. And for those of you that were thinking that you need a Teddy Graham miniature, there is a.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I totally wish Palladium had actually made the Terror Bears as miniatures. Of course, I can't exactly say as I'm thrilled with Palladium miniatures. I've looked at some of their sculpts; they look okay. But the big thing that bugs me, Palladium sucks at posing miniatures. They had an opportunity for 4 action poses for the turtles. Instead, they chose 4 iconic, or shall I say, well, they said iconic. I would dare say cliche poses for the turtles.
what were the poses?
Leonardo has both of his swords cross-fisted, exactly like a Assassin's Creed. Raphael has both of it. Like, he's the only one I actually like out of the poses because he actually has his sai behind his wrists, and looks like he's walking up anonymously, like he's about to stab you. That one I actually like. Michelangelo has both of his nunchucks crossed in his hands, and he's sitting with one hand behind him, one hand in front of him, like he's almost like he's holding his nunchucks like a cross to back off a vampire. And Donatello is just sitting there with his staff in his hands in front of him, in just cockeyed to the side. That's it.
Generic guard.
Raphael's the only good pose out of the 4 of them.
These 2 guys with the big spears, they also have swords.
Oh boy.
They are set up to actually jab spears downward through the floor to get people. They just didn't hear you. They didn't expect you guys to cast a fucking silence spell. You get up here and go ahead, loose your sleep spell there, wizard.
All right.
Because I've been rolling an +5 or less for my fucking skill roll for the past 3 rolls. Do I hear anything? Nope, not a fucking thing. Don't take that as anger. I'm just telling you, like, the bad guys can't roll with the shit right now. That may change.
Your tinnitus is not service related.
Oh, yeah. Not service related.
All right.
Lizard.
Yeah.
You're casting sleep, right?
Don't think I had to cast any. I don't think I had to roll anything for sleep.
Bippity boppity boop.
Ooh, excuse
All right. You cast sleep, and
You said you're casting sleep and
Okay.
stepping out of the way.
4 hit die of creatures. I get to roll their saving throws.
Yeah, as soon as I cast sleep, I'm stepping off to the side, presuming I'm about to get shot at with an arrow.
You're right.
Did we manage to get up here fast enough for the spells to still be in place?
Yeah.
Awesome.
You guys
Yeah,
really didn't waste much time in game.
Yeah.
I don't know if you looked at me or not. You probably.
Yes. You cast your spell, you see 2 of them fall immediately, and as you start to roll down the stairwell, or step out of the way, you try to become one of the wall over here. Wizard, what are you doing next?
Getting ready to cast Fireball.
Okay.
I'm just
Fireball.
hoping. I'm just
What's
hoping
the
I can
initiative
aim.
for Fireball?
Excuse me.
Let's see here. Casting it from magic, it takes me 9 seconds.
Okay. As he starts making his move, Barbarian and William, you two will decide now what your next steps are. Barbarian, what are you doing next?
I'm gonna charge in there and go against the guy with the long pokey stick.
Okay, he's got a sword right now. He's not armed with a pokey stick. It's just I'm trying to use the fact that like they do have javelins that they would use to jab down below.
Yeah.
I have a quick
Oh.
question, Bruce.
Go ahead.
Would my toppling ability work with Fireball?
Can you cast 5th level spells yet or no?
I'm level 6.
No.
Okay.
Level
It's worth
7
asking.
you will be able to.
All right.
There's
Thank
a
you.
murder hold right there. Okay. So you're gonna get out of here and move, Barbarian? Yeah. That'll be on 5. And Jason will follow you on 5 as well. Or William. Okay. The rest of the party, roll me a D8. Except for Lemmy, you roll me a D6.
I rolled an 8.
All right, Janet, you're going to decide at 8.
I
Everything
rolled a
kicks
1.
off on 8, and you'll.
Oh shoot.
All right. Okay, on 1, what do you decide to do next, there, Lemmy?
I'm going to take my pig sticker. I'm going to try and stick it into the guy
You're
on.
down here. That you were behind all this stuff going on.
Yeah. Where I'm standing, the guy in front of me.
This
Which would
is
be
your
on my
guy.
left.
This is your guy, Will.
Yeah, no. I know. Like, after all that
Okay.
mess, I'm
can move on.
looking at the bad guys.
You can move up on 6 if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And let me see if I can get the camera to function properly.
Because if all those guys are going to be running forward, I'm going to get the closest guy to me, which would be the dude on my left. I'm thinking.
Hey guys, guess what? Foot. Okay. On 6, you go. You move. 2, 3, 4. On 5, you come out of your of the stairwell and flex. What are you doing next, Barbarian?
I'm going to get in contact with that guy. I'm going to
Okay.
kill him.
So you'll charge on on 16. You charge. You have weapon focus, right?
Um,
Do you have weapon focus as a feat?
yes. Weapon focus war axe.
Okay. All right. I'll be talking to you about that here shortly because I think I've got something you might want to hear. Okay. You'll make your charge on 16. Also, Janet, you want William to come out and follow the Barbarian?
Yeah, if he thinks he can help.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Now,
And it's not my turn yet?
it's on. We're on 5 right now.
Okay.
What do you want him to do next?
Him? I want him to use his sword and try to take down whoever he can.
Okay. Sylvia kind of smushes herself between the wall and William right behind the Barbarian. Looks like she's getting ready for that. You know what maneuver that she likes to do with people? Yeah. Okay. She'll be pairing up with you. She'll be going in first for a tumbling attack. But then when it's your go, she'll be able to attack again. Because she's just a quick little minx like that. Okay.
Dance of the Three Snakes.
Lemmy, making your move, following behind everybody else. Where do you want to put yourself? You've got 3 inches you can go from here. You're not going to get in front of your Barbarian. I'm telling you that right now. Barbarian cannot face you.
Not that you would want to.
I'm cool with that.
Okay. All right. Janet, on 8, what are you deciding to do?
Okay, I want to cast, I think it's called Divine Favor.
Okay.
On all my teammates that I can reach.
Oh, and Warrior, Bruce wasn't talking about Janet. Bruce was talking about Ogre's wife or girlfriend.
That's Sylvia.
Sylvia, yeah.
Oh, I thought he was talking to me.
Oh, no, he said minx. Janet is a cougar. Well, he's not wrong. I'm just saying Bruce wasn't talking about Janet.
I thought, Bruce, you were talking about what Bruce was saying.
Yeah, Janet, Divine Favor is something you target on yourself.
Oh, well, that sucks. Then I guess I'll do prayer. Because prayer helps everyone, right?
Yes, prayer would definitely help everybody.
That's the one I want to cast then. I thought that's what I was...
+5 to hit damage, skill checks. Any sort of fucking percentile roll gets a +5. And when you hit, you get a +1 bonus for damage.
Yeah, +1, everybody.
Janet, being a 6th level character, that will last you for a full minute. Okay. What are you doing next, Janet?
I guess I'll have.
Oh, wait. That was 8. You were deciding on what to do. So that'll be, you'll be casting that on, don't kick in prayer yet, guys. She's got to cast it. That's her decision phase.
Yeah.
Hold low on die. What's your speed factor for prayer? That's a 4th level spell.
Hold on. I think I thought you said it was
Should be 10.
I thought it was a 7, but let me look it up real quick. All right. We got to get it back in order. Sorry, I'm looking through the manual. I don't have it written on the paper.
What's your 2nd level spells cost?
I thought it was 7.
Okay, then this would be, if the 2nd level spell costs you 7 speed points, then you're going to be casting this for 9 seconds.
9 seconds.
On 16.
Okay. So 16 is when I get my next move.
Okay. All right. About the same time, these guys scramble for weapons and charge, because they can pull their weapons and attack during a charge. They're going more.
Well, if you keep rolling 5s, I'm not going to worry.
All right. All of them attacking with long swords. All right, barbarian, armor class 90. Actually, no. Armor class
95.
95? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I was on mute.
Misses. Second attack misses. Third attack misses. All right, let's attack Lemmy. Maybe we can get attacks on Lemmy now. No. And no. They will attack again, but Wizard, Mongoose,
Yes.
roll me a spellcraft check.
Oh, they all moved where I might. Oh boy. So hoping to have a little bit of time before they got that close to everybody. Spellcraft check. Spellcraft plus 40. 97 total.
Okay. You can cast a fireball and get all of them but this jackass right here.
That's better than than hitting my friends. So.
And even though I just showed you that, your barbarian friend is going to be the toastiest member of the party because he's like within inches of the edge of that fireball. Go ahead, roll that damage.
Let's see here.
Nerdy didn't need his eyebrows anyhow.
Remember picking that 66, but let me double check that.
It is 66, your 6th level.
Okay.
Get yourself a Brazilian wax, and your charisma goes up by 3 points.
Where is it? There it is.
I don't know where you
I'm gonna
guys come
start
up with some of
carrying top.
Nice. Additional D6. Nice. Sorry, I'm doing calculating.
Off-topic question: was it Monkey Shines, the helper monkey?
I think it was.
All right. I got any extra damage that goes with that, or is it just straight 66?
If you can roll like a 28 or better, that will drastically cut down the time on today's encounter.
Well, I just barely did. I rolled a grand total of 30. I was just making sure there wasn't extra damage with that. Well, there kind of is if they catch on fire.
Even if they make their reflex save, they burn to death.
Ah,
There's only one available.
Yay. Good job.
that was
a
awesome.
good one. That's a good spell.
It's only because Bruce has exploding damage. If not, I wouldn't have done that much damage.
Well,
It still been quite a bit, but it wouldn't have been that much.
Listen, I feel exploding die damage is something that more games need. Like all games.
Well,
And
admittedly,
all games.
I stole that mechanic from my game after experiencing it in yours because it feels like you say, more games should have it. It feels totally appropriate. Like
Yeah.
Palladium.
Mhm.
Palladium needs exploding dice because when you get to high level, Pathfinder has nothing on Palladium. Why? Because at least with Pathfinder, you're number crunching. They might take the same level of time, but at least Pathfinder, a good chunk of that is your number crunching. You're not just combating. No, Palladium, you're not number crunching. It just takes that fucking long at high level because everyone has hundreds of points of damage.
Yep.
And your weapons do not do any more damage than they did at level 1.
No. I might get one or two more attacks. That's it. Whatever. Okay. So with that final jackass in there, you guys kind of start vying for his demise.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Mr. Ogre. You get first dibs.
All right. Let's see. I rolled a 71.
That's enough to hit because your bonuses are what, plus 40?
45.
Okay. So,
And
yes.
damage is 1d6 and 2d8
Yes.
Mhm.
plus 9.
Yes.
Oh. So that's 6, 14, 23, 28.
All right. You don't really have a whole lot left for this guy. What was that video I showed you? So whenever you hit something like that, it feels like this. Just gibs. Everywhere gibs. Gibs everywhere. Wonderful gibs. That's just what it feels like whenever you get a hold of something with your axe.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys start preparing for your assault on the rest of the keep here. The explosion from the fireball.
Wait a minute. One quick question. Was Jagged Edge still in effect?
Yeah.
Okay, so add that to the damage too.
Ew. Bouncy, red, meaty bits It looks like you're working in a butcher shop and things are just falling off the saw. You can hear the rest of the keep go on alert, and you kind of smile because you know that this is going to be a rough day for them. At this point, as the hobgoblins are getting ready to assault you guys and do a counterattack, hopefully they can try to do something of some force, but the guard contingent there seemed a little bit lacking. And after the period of time you spent in Dunham, it's been a while since you felt like a true badass. You guys kind of crack your knuckles and get ready for this because you think it's going to be a lot of bludgeoning and a lot of excitement, chasing down your enemies and driving their foes before you. We'll continue this in 2 weeks because the keep assault has just begun and the fight for Lord Kyle's property is now in earnest. You guys, good luck. For those of you that are part of our chat today, thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Bruce, and my panel is awesome. If there's any questions you have, go ahead and drop it in the channel. We'll be more than happy to talk to you about things over the course of time. And please be back with us again in the month. This is going to be May when we return. May 3rd. We'll be back then. Thank you so much.